Right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. That sounds more like the response that the youth should be giving. My name is Ntabiseng Masinge. I am the Senior Communications Specialist in the Presidential Climate Commission. I will be your facilitator for today's program. Thank you very much for joining us. Most of you I'm seeing for the very first time. Please note that we are live on both Zoom and YouTube. So by attending this session in person and on Zoom, you're agreeing to having your photo taken. We are also recording, and a recording of this session will be made available on the PCC website after this event. Same goes for all the presentations from this capacity building session. And thank you once again for joining us. So as you know, in the African culture, we don't just enter people's houses. We wait for them to welcome us first. We do have online one of our commissioners who champions youth issues in the commission. She's also the CEO of the Constitution Hill Trust and the Deputy Secretary of the Climate Justice Coalition. Please welcome Commissioner Mbalenhle Baduza, who's joining us on Zoom.
There you go. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
A whoop whoop would be great. There we go. Okay, you can hear me. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to this capacity building session, specifically for young people. So the country submitted its first NDCs in 2016, and it was updated in 2021. The updated NDCs committed the country to a fixed target range for greenhouse gas emission levels by 2025 and as well for 2030. So the 2035 NDC is due for discussion at COP30 next year. And it is critical that the updated NDC provides a target range that would continue to drive domestic climate efforts that consider climate adaptation and mitigation efforts and their means of implementation. The 2021 South African NDC has been crucial in driving domestic climate action. However, the socioeconomic consequences of inaction, both locally and globally, especially globally, are going to be dire for vulnerable economies and communities in the global south. We know for ourselves in South Africa that coastal communities are already feeling the physical climate impacts of climate change, and that those who are most vulnerable continue to struggle to respond and adapt to those climate impacts. The global stock take, which took place in COP28 in the UAE in 2023, provides us with a clear guidance on what is needed for us to achieve the global goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by mid-century, and for us to pursue efforts for a climate resilient future. So we must explore these strategies for increasing means of implementation, especially when it comes to finance and innovation, for both climate mitigation and climate resilience and adaptation responses. And that must be seen in our NDCs, because our NDCs help us achieve the global goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and to secure a climate resilient future. And as the PCC, we think it's important to expose stakeholders to the body of research that demonstrates that climate compatible transitions are positive for the economy and also are lower risk. There is a local debate on the level of ambition required for the update of the 2035 NDCs, but it is important that we locate that debate and the targets in the context of a pace that strengthens and unlocks sustainable development across all sectors of the economy. Furthermore, NDCs are often seen as only part of climate action plans. But in fact, NDCs are also drivers for economic growth and sustainable development. So, this is why we are all here today to deepen our understanding on climate literacy and NDCs within the context of socio-economic development and what it really means for a just transition to a low carbon economy. So for the past month and months to come, the PCC is engaging with social partners to solicit views on what should be contained in the NDCs. And this is one of those capacity building sessions that we are having with you today. And the aim of today's capacity building sessions is to create awareness, to inform, and to capacitate you on what NDCs are, as well as the various components that make up the NDCs. So it's important that for all social partners to understand what NDCs are and their implications. So I encourage you to engage openly today, ask questions. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Challenge positions, speak up, and happy learning. Thanks, bye.
Before I bore you to death, just a message to my online audience. We're going to have an opportunity after each and every presentation for questions. So if after this first presentation that we're going to go into, you are not understanding quite a few things, please write them down. For the people here in the room, there are some notepads on your table. Please make use of that. Write down some of the questions that you have. And during the later presentations, see if some of those questions are not being answered. And if they're still not being answered, you'll also have an opportunity to just raise your hand and pose the question to the presenter here. And I will ask that when you're posing your questions, please introduce yourself, tell us who you are, which organization you're affiliated with, and where you're actually coming from, because I understand that most of us here are from different parts of the country. So it'll be interesting to see where exactly we're coming from. I think there's somebody on my table who's from Paris, and yeah. it just goes to show, how hungry we are for knowledge, that somebody can wake up at, 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning just to come and be capacitated on the NDCs. So we thank you so much for actually joining us, taking the time to join us. I know this is a very busy period for young people with exams and, all of these transitions that we're going through, but we really appreciate your presence here. To kick off our program, we'll start with an overview of the NDCs from our Senior Mitigation Manager, Simphiwe Ngwenya, who's making her way. Please give her a round of applause.
Okay, thank you, Ntabiseng. Good morning, everyone. It's great to have you here today on a Saturday morning. I'll get into the presentation. The aim of my session is to provide an overview of the mitigation of the NDCs, and as well as outline the process that we will be embarking on as the PCC for the NDC and stakeholder engagements. And just before I start, today's session is a capacity building session. We will be presenting quite a number of slides, and Ntabiseng has already said that we will be, after each presentation, sometimes during the presentation, if there are like extremely burning questions, we do take those questions. So it is a capacity building session, but one of the aims of these sessions is really to also find out from you if there is other additional research that we can incorporate within the presentations we'll be making. So we're hoping to also receive information from you. And we will be presenting to you the preliminary work and the research that we have been doing as the PCC. These are currently not, the recommendations that the PCC is making in terms of, the NDCs, but it is the preliminary research and ongoing research that we are presenting to you. Okay, so this is the agenda that Ntabiseng has gone through. We will have time for tea, and then we will close with lunch afterwards. Okay, so maybe just to start off and also recap on the previous round of NDCs, as Commissioner Mbali Baduza has mentioned, in that we submitted our nationally determined contributions in 2021. And this was really an important milestone for the PCC and the country. We submitted the 2025 and 2030 NDC mitigation target ranges. So that would be how much we would be reducing our emissions in contribution to our Paris Agreement. But some of the information I speak of will be the presenters will go into details in each of the other sections. But before we made those recommendations, we did, as the PCC, commission research by UCT, collated the research of others, including business as well as other researchers, and we hosted public dialogues to have a discussion and engage on what an ideal NDC would be for the country. And this was all done with the aim of providing input into the DFFE process. I want to just stress that it is the DFFE that are responsible for updating the NDCs and tabling the NDCs for discussion at COP, and the PCC is providing recommendations to the DFFE in terms of what the NDC, for example, mitigation target ranges would be. And so the NDCs are going to cover, the adaptation components, the mitigation, as well as means of implementation. When we say means of implementation, this is really what enables us to implement, adaptation and resilience, as well as mitigation in the country. So it includes climate finance. It's a huge element of the, the means of implementation, but there are other, elements of it, such as capacity building, technology, or IP transfer. So that is the means of implementation. So this is basically, we are going through a similar process again with this round of NDCs for the 2035 NDCs. Okay, so This is our process that we are going to be embarking on as the PCC. So the first phase, and some of these processes overlap. The first phase was the initial phase where we were, putting together, the research and additional supporting research and some documents that would be circulated just to support, this process of coming out and engaging and capacitating stakeholders. It overlaps with the second phase because the research that was put together is what we are presenting to you. We had capacity building sessions with all the social partners of the PCC. And yesterday we had a capacity building session with business. The third phase of the stakeholder engagement will include so this third phase will include stakeholder consultations. During this phase, we would then be, engaging with you guys in terms of what should be contained within the NDC. So that's when we start having, in-depth discussion and possibly some debate on what should be contained with the NDC, all with the intention of, reaching consensus as a country. And we will not only engage with our social partners, but we will also engage with our political leaders as well. The fourth phase is the recommendations and drafting phase. This would happen. The recommendations and drafting phase will begin from January next year, but the deadline to submit the recommendations is around March next year. And during this phase, we will have 3 reports that we produce. It's a longer, detailed technical report, as well as a commissioner recommendations report on the NDCs. And then the third one is a report reflecting the stakeholder views, what we often refer to as a stakeholder perspectives report, just to ensure that the views raised by stakeholders are incorporated and noted within the stakeholder recommendations report. During this fourth phase of the recommendations drafting, the draft documents will be circulated to stakeholders for the inputs, but also the final document would be circulated. And during this phase, we would have post consultation sessions with all the social partners. So after we've drafted the reports, just to engage again with social partners on the process and the content. So this will most likely happen in the form of a webinar, but we're also thinking whether or not to have a national colloquium where we get all the social partners in one room to actually listen to each other with regards to the NDCs. So that's the PCC process. The DFFE process is envisioned to begin from March to April, and they would be doing regional consultations on the NDCs. And so our aim is that we submit to DFFE as they begin their consultation process. Okay, so this particular slide is a refresh on net zero and what we mean by net zero. So net zero is basically the term that we use when we are really not emitting any emissions in the atmosphere. So this is specifically with regards to anthropogenic or man-made carbon emissions into the atmosphere. Okay, so the current science and modeling says that net zero by 2050 is the target we have to achieve for us, to have a 66% chance of avoiding a 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature increase by 2050. So what this is saying is that we have a 2/3 chance of achieving a 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature increase by 2050 if we are aiming for net zero by 2050. And this is all with the intention to avoid or to try and limit especially physical climate risk impacts, especially in communities or in areas or in countries that are vulnerable like South Africa. And so the graph that is showing here is a graph from the UNFCCC, and I must mention this. The various lines are model runs from the shared socio-economic pathways models, and so each of these lines are different assumptions and models. So each of these lines are different spreadsheets that scientists actually sit and put together. They are in the form of integrated assessments. And an integrated assessment model consider various elements. They consider changes in population, economic growth, education, and the role of technology development, amongst others, that would affect future greenhouse gas emissions. So each of these lines are different assumptions and different model runs to understand the pathways that we would need to embark on to enable us to reach net zero by 2050. And you will see that most of these lines reach net zero around 2050. Okay, so there is some consensus of all these models as to when net zero is reached. So another thing to note that a lot of the emissions reduction happens between 2030 and 2040. So that is the period of action in terms of reducing emissions from the graph that we're looking at here. But also another thing to note, these lines are not straight lines, they are concave. So indicating to us that our pathway of reducing greenhouse gas emissions is not merely a straight line. It is concave because it considers the various conditions or just life on Earth. And so this is an indication of the pathways that would need to happen and where the term net zero happens. And then so this graph on the x-axis is showing the billion tons of CO2 per year, with the starting year being 2010. And below the zero axis are negative emissions. And so what that means is that, at that point, we start removing emissions from the atmosphere. So we can remove emissions from the atmosphere through biological sources, as well as, through physical technological sources, like, for example, carbon technology such as carbon capture and storage. But the thing is, with removing carbon dioxide or emissions from the atmosphere, it can be very expensive, and there is an element of uncertainty. And so that's why the pathways, the aggregate pathways on the right there, so there's P1, P2, P3, P4, they show, so pathway 1 is the pathway that has less emissions to remove in the atmosphere. So it's sitting at about a -5 billion tons CO2 per annum, whereas pathway 4 has more emissions to remove in the atmosphere. And so that means pathway 4 has more uncertainty with regard compared to pathways 1. So it speaks to how, as a country, we want to plan, or even globally, not even as a country, because these are global pathways, we want to plan about or think about reducing emissions and the possible costs involved. This graph is referring to CO2, to carbon dioxide emissions, but of course there are other emissions as well, such as methane, that we need to consider in our journeys. Okay, so this particular graph is actually just showing us that different sectors will need to decarbonize at a different pace. And this is all because of the technology and innovation that is available. So power tends to decarbonize quicker because there is technology available, followed by transport and industry. But also with power, the focus on power because of its significant contribution to the global emissions. And in the local government consultation that we had, there was really just the conversation led towards it's important to decarbonize, of course, based on technology, but an integrated approach is really key. But also how we're planning for the decarbonization should be inclusive, especially in terms of our city planning. So just to highlight that. Okay, so now we're moving on to what is an NDC and how does it fit into the climate regulation. All right, so this slide is basically the history of, it's the history of the COPs and the NDCs and the evolution of our climate or carbon emissions reduction commitments as countries from its COP3 in 1993 all the way to the UAE, COP28 at UAE, which took place last year. And what is key with the slide is that we evolved from a top-down regulated approach, mandatory approach that was, imposed from the top, where countries had to, form part of the Kyoto Protocol. And except the only disadvantage of this was that only a few countries had signed up to be a part of the Kyoto Protocol, which therefore meant that, the greenhouse gas reduction commitment and measures would be insufficient to reduce global warming temperatures or manage global warming increasing temperatures to levels that are ideal for sustainable human life on Earth. And at the Paris agreement, at COP21 in Paris in 2015, the thinking really then shifted towards a voluntary bottom-up approach or commitments, where countries would then, commit to their fair share contribution towards the global greenhouse gas emissions reduction. And this was done through the nationally determined contributions. And these would be the ambitions that would be improved over time to align with well below 2 degrees Celsius and pursue a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase. The difference is that now most countries would then be signatories to the Paris Agreement, and therefore just increasing commitment and ambition towards reducing global greenhouse gas emissions, except the commitments that countries put forth would need to align to science to ensure that we can reach the goal. Commissioner Mbali, has touched on that. We submitted our nationally determined contributions at COP21 in Glasgow. And when we submit our NDCs, we submit them together with our low emissions development strategies, which are economic plans on how we would actually meet or achieve the targets set out in the NDCs. And one of the important COPs, the COP at UAE, where the global stocktake took place. So the global stocktake takes place every 5 years, and we update our NDCs every 5 years. So you will have a global stocktake, and then the update of the NDCs will happen. And the global stocktake took place, and the results were published at COP28. And the key findings from that review and analysis was that we are currently not on track to reduce to limit temperature increases to 1.5 degrees Celsius. However, we have managed to avoid a potential 4 degrees Celsius increase in temperatures because of the current commitments that were made in the NDCs, except those NDC commitments are, as they sit now, would lead us to a temperature increase of between 2.1 degrees Celsius and I think it's 2.6 degrees Celsius by mid-century, indicating that the NDCs that we submit or table at COP30 would have to be more ambitious and really pursue a 1.5 degree temperature pathway. And so this is why we are here today, to capacitate everyone and also hear information from you on the 2035 NDCs. Okay, so this is the legislation or the legislative framework that governs the mitigation component, especially of the sets. We've spoken about the low emissions development strategy and the NDCs being key documents in our NDC submissions, but local policies such as the Climate Change Act are really critical in terms of just enabling the climate agenda in South Africa. The Climate Change Act establishes the PCC as a statutory government entity. It stipulates that government departments should develop adaptation strategies that are reflective of risk and vulnerabilities to physical climate risks, but also what it does is it enables the mitigation system. So the mitigation system, so this slide is leaning very much on mitigation. The mitigation system includes the NDCs, the NDC emissions trajectory, the greenhouse gas emissions inventory, and what is important to this are the sectoral emissions targets. And the sectoral emissions targets are carbon budgets that are allocated to sectors by the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environments to ensure that we are able to to reach or the commitments made through our NDCs. So the current sets was published for comment by the DFFE. This was in April this year, so they're in the process of refining those sets, and that was for the period 2025 to 2030. So the sets is key in terms of the carbon budgets to the different sectors. And just to note, Steve reminded us of this in the previous engagement, that the Climate Change Act really is referring to company level carbon budgets, whereas the sets are sectoral carbon budgets that are allocated by the DFFE, and but they do require sector level policies and measures to facilitate the implementation. So an example of this is the integrated resource plan that is key to reducing emissions within power. But each sector is required to have a sector level policy and measures that supports the sectoral emissions targets. So for example, with the Department of Transport, the Green Transport Strategy would be an example of that in terms of how they would manage or reduce emissions within that space. Okay, so this is this slide talks about the requirements of us, what we need to consider when submitting our NDCs or tabling our NDCs. So Article 4.3 of the Paris Agreement, stipulates these requirements in that the NDCs have to be progressive than the previous NDC, essentially putting us on a net zero trajectory by 2050. It must be aligned with the requirements of science, notably a 1.5 degree pathway, and the UAE consensus that we have agreed to as a country. It must represent the country's best effort. So basically it should take into account the local socio-economic conditions. It must really consider the high levels of unemployment. It must consider the high levels of youth unemployment, as well as ensuring that we are considering inequalities. So the NDCs themselves have to represent the country's best effort, but they should take into account our unique socio-economic conditions and challenges that we grapple with. And so we've framed this in this triangle, in that the NDCs have to be scientifically credible, they have to be internationally credible. So internationally credible essentially is talking about the NDCs must be considerate of what is happening internationally. There are policies and measures like the CBAMs that are happening. So the NDCs should enable us to continue global trade and continue local manufacturing. And then again, they have to be locally credible. So when we begin the consultations next year, we will then have a discussion on, what it means then, what is the sweet spot for us as a country when we consider the internationally credible and the science as well as the local credibility of the NDCs. Yeah, that is my section. I will pause and see if there are any questions. Is there nothing online, Jürgen? Okay, all right. And maybe so just before I go, we have not explicitly mentioned issues of gender mainstreaming within the NDCs, and it may not have come through in my presentation, but this is something we are hoping to strengthen as we draft the technical report and the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Simpiwe. That's a lot, hey? But you guys, I see that you're on top of your things here. No questions. But Simpiwe was just asking if there are any questions. Do we need to bring her back? Okay. Just feel free to, pose your questions in, any of the 12 official languages. I think sign language and Khoisan are the only languages that I'm not really strong when it comes to, but we'll attempt the other ones. So if English is not your mother tongue, please feel free to pose your questions. Even for the online participants, please feel free to put your questions there in the Q&A for Simpiwe before we get into the next presentation, because with this presentation, that's laying the foundation for everything else, you know. And if you're not understanding us, we need you to walk this journey with us. If you're not understanding us now, it'll be very difficult at 2 o'clock to still be following us, especially after, you know, that tea and snacks that we're going to have, you know. So Simpiwe, if you could just please come back, because there are a few questions for you. I saw a hand from Lupumlo. Sorry, some of you I know by name, but some I do not. I did say that I'm seeing some of you for the first time. You might know me, but I don't know you. So please, when posing your question, remember to tell us your name, where you're from, and your organization. Thank you. We can start with Lupumlo.
Thank you so much, Simpiwe, for that lovely presentation. It was very insightful. Definitely cleared up some questions, or rather helped us understand more about the NDC. So my question is, so my name is Lupumlo, sorry. I'm Lupumlo Ngogana. My organization of affiliation is the Institute for Economic Justice. And my first question is, you spoke about technology that would help us remove carbon from the atmosphere. I just wanted to get clarity on that. Does this technology exist already? Because you spoke about it being expensive. I know trees do this job of storing and absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So that's one. And also the second one I wanted to just get clarity on, you spoke about countries signing the Paris Agreement and also knowing that it's more of a voluntary kind of a setup that is not binding. What does this mean in us drafting these targets only for countries to not even implement, if that's the right word? So committing to something that they're not even going to do at the end of the day? Why, or is there any consideration of how we can actually change this? Because we've been drafting NDCs. Also, just to get clarity on that, has there been implementation previously whereby they've set a target and they've stick to it so as to see if these are working and so on? And also you spoke about, last one, you also spoke about the integrated resource plan and the importance of this in terms of reducing carbon emission. I just wanted to get clarity as well. Is there any talk of the integrated energy plan that serves as more of an overview, and also like just bringing in that overview perspective of considering the implication of us trying to have electricity, but going beyond that and considering the social economic implications of that, and also being sure that as we are providing electricity and so on, we are also environmentally cautious and are more cautious to the problems that people are facing on the ground. Thank you.
Good morning to Misham Tlatane from Green Anglicans and Climate Yes. So my question is that how do you as the PCC ensure or keep track of things given, as you were explaining, given to the DFFE, and how do you keep track, and are there things that you've recommended that they've actually done, and what are those? Yeah. Thank you.
Sanbonani Kamau Sandile. I am from the World Festival Foundation. So I wanted to find out, in terms of the private sector, probably I missed it. I wanted to find out, how does the private sector contribute to the NDC, and how does the engagement in terms of the private sector go on in terms of the presentation? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Izipo. So you mentioned that the NDCs need to, speak to youth unemployment and equality. So can you just expand on that a bit so we have a more understanding on that? Simpiwe, can I add one question, please?
Okay, Ntabiseng has opened a can of worms, but okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ntabiseng Msingata, and I am with the African Energy and Economic Youth Council. My question piggybanks off of the first question asked in terms of previously having followed a top-down compliance approach to now moving to a bottom-up voluntary approach. Taking into account the US elections and how that went with Trump's he's what he did before with pulling out of the Paris Agreement. What sort of safeguards do we have as developing nations, earnestly working towards achieving our NDCs and all the work going into it, but without the presence of larger developed countries, why are we then doing this apart from just having a moral obligation if everyone is not doing it? So are there any safeguards in place? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, and Tabiseng's also got a question.
Not a question from me, but there's a hand online, Matabo Manyani.
Can I respond to this round of questions first? Okay. So the first question was about the technology from removing carbon emissions in the atmosphere. The technology does exist. It is few and far between. There's carbon capture, utilization and storage, and carbon capture and storage technology. However, the technology is very expensive, and so we would need to think, very strategically about where and when we employ that technology. So, for example, it might be very expensive to use carbon capture and storage technologies during emissions created by electricity production. However, those hard-to-abate sectors might require the use of carbon capture and storage technologies, especially in the future as the technology matures. The Paris Agreement, when I finish answering my questions, I'm gonna pass on the questions to Steve. I know he would have some additions here. So the Paris Agreement is an international treaty that we have signed and agreed to as a country, and we do have an obligation to adhere to stick to what we have actually agreed to as a country. And the global political landscape, especially with the US elections now, is something that we do worry and are concerned about. And that is why in the later presentations, you will see that it is important for us to really anchor and understand what the NDC commitments mean for us in the context of economic development, especially to ensure that we have a sustained economy. In addition to that, we are feeling the impacts of climate change, and we want to contribute and do our fair share in terms of reducing carbon emissions. But I think for me, what is important is that we really need to understand our decarbonization journey in the context of ensuring that we have a sustainable economy that is creating jobs for everyone and not just a few. And then there's a question on the IRP and the IEP. So it's not only the IRP that has to, or it's not the only policy document that has to contribute towards emissions reductions. It's policy documents from the various sectors. I did mention them. I have in previous engagements heard the minister really starting to speak, Minister of Electricity starting to speak about the integrated energy plan, and I think that we do require an integrated approach when planning for energy. The PCC is the mitigation team is in the process of starting work on integrated energy planning, and I think Steve will have more to say on that. And then, so with regards to the DFFE and the submissions, during the previous NDC submissions in 2021, we did make recommendations to the DFFE and they were approved, and they are the cabinet approved NDC recommendations now. The PCC is an advisory body. We do make recommendations across the various government departments, and that is what we do. So we did make recommendations on electricity, and at the time, the DMRE was not very explicitly considerate of those recommendations in their IRP, but the IRP is currently being reviewed. And so, but we also have an M&E function within the PCC that really tracks, I guess, the implementation of the just transition. Yeah, so there was also a question about youth unemployment, poverty, youth unemployment and poverty. So what we are really aiming with this NDC, with this round, with this NDC recommendations, is to make sure that we are very explicit on issues that on these issues that I mentioned. So in the past, we have been, criticized the PCC in that our work is not sensitive to these issues. And so it is something that we want to make sure that it permeates across all our policy and planning going forward. Steve, would you like to come in, especially about the private sector role as well?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. A couple of quick comments. Other recommendations that the PCC have made have been the Just Transition Framework, which defines for the country what a just transition is, why it's important, and what the key principles are. And that was also adopted by Cabinet. So in theory, over time, you should see those principles filtering down into government strategy documents and indicators. Of course, it's not going to happen quickly. It's quite a big transition, so that will happen over time. We also have made recommendations around Komati, around the Just Transition Financing Mechanism, which we'll talk about a little bit more later. So there's a kind of tempo of documents that we submit to the President each year. The private sector, of course, play a huge role in helping us meet the NDCs because they control the emissions, and so they're a big part of this. As we said, we had our consultation session with them yesterday, or our capacity building session with them yesterday, and they will make recommendations both to us and to the NDC around how they think about it. And then on the question about, and maybe a subtext of some of the other questions, the switch from a top-down regulated approach to a bottom-up approach was because the top-down approach just couldn't get across the line, basic reality. And the advantage of the bottom-up approach is everybody has submitted NDCs. Nearly everybody covers about 98% of global emissions. And we can see that it hasn't had an impact. So Simpiwe mentioned we're at least a degree cooler than we would otherwise have been. So it is having an impact. The downside, of course, is it's voluntary. So the question about the United States, it's not clear whether they will continue to try to meet the NDC or not. And there are other countries that have also shifted away from climate policies that may have an impact on this. And so a lot of what we are talking about today is what is the best response for South Africa that will maximize, as Simpiwe was saying, maximize socioeconomic outputs, jobs, unemployment, poverty, inequality, those kinds of things. And how would we approach that? Because it's very easy to be ideological about it, right? And so how do we put some data on this? How do we think through these questions in a way that kind of results in a best output? And embedded in this conversation, and it's the thing we'll struggle with today, is what is just? You know, at an international level, at a local level, like how do we see justice, and how will we integrate those views of justice into the types of recommendations we make in the NDC? So we'll pick up a lot of these themes as we go along. So if we haven't fully answered your question now, there'll be quite a lot more information, hopefully, by the end, and we can keep revisiting them. Thanks.
Okay, there was a question online.
Matabo,
Can you? Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Matabo Manyani, and I'm listening all the way from Limpopo. So my question is, do you have a research that's already in progress or a research that you have already done regarding the respiratory contradictions that are caused by the large number of carbon emissions in the atmosphere?
Are there no other questions?
So we have two more hands online. I'd like us to take that, and then we can close the round of questions. The questions in the Q&A, Simpiwe will, once she steps off the podium, answer those directly on Zoom. Nairobi, you're next.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Nairobi, and I'd like to ask, how can improving the e-waste recycling system integrating with green credits mechanism support countries in achieving their NDCs under the Paris Agreement? Thank you.
Okay. And one last question in the room. The hand online seems to have disappeared.
Hello. Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Londiwe from the Global Shapers Tshwane Hub. And my question is just regarding CBAM, because you touched on it a bit in your presentation. And I just wanted to know like how South Africa's NDCs are aligning with CBAM to enhance competition. And so specifically for like local economies, so how exactly is it going to protect local economies like in the transition? Thank you.
Okay, there's no more questions. All right. So as the PCC mitigation team specifically, we do have research that we conducted with CSIR. It's the CSIR co-benefits work where Steve, please come in after that, after I explain, where the UCT team modeled decarbonization pathways for the country based on different carbon budgets or basically emission size budgets. Steve will explain more on that. And what the the CSIR team did, they modeled, scenarios on the co-benefits of a net zero trajectory on human health because of air pollution. And they also attached, they were trying to attach a cost on that. And so we have some preliminary work that we have been doing, and we are modeling additional scenarios. And once the additional scenarios are available, we would avail them to, I guess, the broader PCC stakeholders. Air quality is something that we do worry about because of the human health impacts and the fact that you cannot, it is hard to put a cost on human health. And then the question of e-waste and recycling, I think recycling is very important for just our mitigation goals as well as just the country's goals as a whole. Recycling waste is important, but the waste management hierarchy refers to reducing, reusing, and then recycling. So we must really think about managing our consumptions with recycling being the last option, because it also has an impact on electricity and just the mobility of goods as a whole. But it is, an important factor in terms of, how we manage waste. Steve, can you come in?
Yeah, so maybe we ask people to hold some of these questions. So we'll share quite a lot of the research that we've been doing and that we've been looking at as we go along. There's the research pieces Mpiwe mentioned and some others. And then on the CBAM, we'll also talk about that a little bit more in the means of implementation section, and also in the sort of evidence and modeling session. And so just to kind of set the stage for you, we're going to talk about the climate impacts and the climate risks in the next session. Then we're going to talk about the sort of risks to the economy and how we might respond and how we might think about NDC, particularly in the context of local and international justice. And then we'll talk about finance and trade and capacity building in the last session. So that's kind of the map. So if you've got burning questions, know that there's an alarming amount of content coming. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Simpiwe, and Steve for those very valuable inputs there. And yes, burning questions, If you do have them, we hope to answer them in the next coming presentations. But up next, we have Mandy Jayakodi, who is our senior manager responsible for adaptation. And I just want to make a comment that most of the time when some of us, at least I, think about climate change, I always think about adaptation related elements and how ready we are for the effects of climate change. And to see that most of us are from different organizations, but most of them being the ones that are on the ground, that are actually, doing the work, that are the ones that are assisting when there are certain disasters in the country. I think this will be very, very valuable for us, and I hope to get lots of engagement after this session. Welcome, Mandy.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone online. It's great to see a full house today, all you beautiful young faces. We are looking for a lot of engagement. As Ntabiseng said, my name is Mandy Jayakodi, and I work in the adaptation space. I have to thank Commissioner Mbali as well as Ntabiseng for setting up and bringing the right energy to the room. So, the purpose of this is twofold. Firstly, this engagement is to capacitate people that are attending, but also to capacitate ourselves, because what you bring to the table is a new perspective. And often what we find also is with the youth, the perspective is significantly different and often some things that we haven't thought about. So we're looking forward to quite an energetic engagement. You will find that also sometimes, like what Steve mentioned, through the presentation, some of your questions will be answered, and what we will try to do is, if you asked a question and it is answered later on, we'll just ask you to please hold your question until then. So thank you very much. Very glad to be here and engage with you. I must say Saturday has a different feel to it. It's a little bit more relaxed, so let's take that energy as we engage on the session. So let me start with this. So we would know that mitigation has taken the center stage in terms of climate adaptation, but really actually what is required is a dual approach, and which means that adaptation needs to catch up. And this is particularly important for South Africa as a climate change hotspot, because what we have is we've got highly vulnerable regions, we've got highly vulnerable sectors and communities, and we are seeing the need for rapid advancements in adaptation responses. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the scene for your adaptation NDCs. And yes, you might have questions which we might be able to answer, but what we also want to engage with is, what are your ideas? Because remember, what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these sessions, put material together, and then take it back to DFFE to give recommendations. So even though your questions are important, I think your views are even more important for these sessions, okay? So yeah, there's two concepts that I would like to start off with, and I'd like to take a step back. So, because when I engage with it, it's very important to understand what is the link between climate change and CO2 emissions. Often we don't understand that. We know there's a link, but what is the link? So we would know that the Earth, sun comes in, and it's shortwave radiation then comes into the Earth's atmosphere. It warms up things on the Earth, and sometimes it's absorbed, and some of it is reflected back. But when it's reflected back out through the atmosphere, it's reflected back as long wave radiation. And what happens is, the more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the long wave radiation can't get out. The short wave radiation can get in, but the long wave radiation can't get out. So it's a blanket. And the more carbon dioxide, the heavier the blanket. So just understanding is very important to understand carbon dioxide and how it influences heating and cooling on the planet. The next thing is, okay, so the next thing is, what we have seen through science is that over centuries or even hundreds of millions of years, this kind of cyclic heating and cooling of the atmosphere, the surface temperature of the Earth, has always occurred. But why now is it so significant? And the reason being is because of human activities. The human activities have increased the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which is increasing the heating, and this is why we're having these problems that we're having. So climate change is basically the change of the climate over a long period of time. And this change of climate, what it does, it influences your weather patterns, it influences your global atmosphere, so it's got a lot of things that it influences, just bear that in mind. So now dealing with adaptation. When we look at adaptation, it refers to the changes in processes and practices and structures to moderate potential damage, to take advantage of opportunities. And I like the way Commissioner Mbale put it. She said, looking at climate-compatible transitions associated with this climate change. I've mentioned this, and it seems like it's not so interesting anymore, but I suppose it's a new group, so I would like to mention it. And the thing is that in science and in nature, when we look up, the definition of what adaptation is, it's an organism which changes itself to survive in its environment. And I want you to consider this. Are we changing ourselves, or are we trying to change the environment? So just something that we remember, because we often learn a lot from nature and how it adapts. So I think it's something we need to take on board. Before I go on to the next slide, I think Simpiwe gave a very, very good overview of the Paris Agreement and what has happened since then. But just to lay the path for my kind of discussion, I just want to step back also and look at it from a broad perspective. So looking at Paris, it was adopted. It's quite confusing because they talk about when it was adopted, when it was ratified, when South Africa signed in. So I just wanted to give you guys a quick perspective on it, right? So the agreement was adopted in Paris in December 2015. For it to be ratified, so for it to be accepted and to be put into practice, 55 countries needed to sign that agreement, but also the countries needed to account for at least 55% of emissions. So this agreement, to meet those two thresholds, only came into play on the 4th of November 2016. And after meeting that dual threshold of 55 countries and 55%. So prior to this agreement, countries submitted climate action plans, which were called INDCs, intended national determined contributions. But once it was ratified, those then became nationally determined contributions. A couple of things about NDCs, which Simpiwe also mentioned, is that these are updated every 5 years. The next update is next year in Brazil. They are very country-specific, which means they are developed with the country capabilities, circumstances, and priorities in mind. They're also politically backed country commitments. Also, the last stock take, so what happens is that you have this NDC that is running for 5 years, but you also need to understand, according to that plan, how well or how badly am I doing? And those are what the stock takes are. And those stock takes are also in part meant to inform how we deal with our new NDCs. So the logic behind that seems to be sound. So one of the things that I'd like to mention is, one of the key tools for us to predict what is going to happen in the climate and how it's going to affect certain areas relating to natural forces and that sort of thing is that we do modeling. So there's a lot of modeling that's done at global level. There's also a lot of modeling that's done at local level. And often this modeling is not a perfect science, but it does give us an indication of the plans that we need to make to be able to deal with the climate crisis that we're having. So in looking at the impacts of global warming, we will explore three areas, actually 4 areas. So the first one is surface temperature, the second one is soil moisture, and the next one, precipitation, but we'll also look at the GDP. You will also see what we do is that we've looked at this at a macro level, so at the global level, but later in the presentation, we also look at a micro level. So this image illustrates the relationship between global warming levels, which is presented there as GWL, and above pre-industrial temperatures, which is 1850 to 1900. And it projects the hottest day temperature changes. So you'll ask yourself, why did they use 1850 to 1900? There's 2 reasons. Firstly, it's because that was pre-industrialization. And secondly, that was the data that was available that made, it was good data so that we could project effectively. You will know that if you do any research, the quality of your data matters. So that's why they use it. So a lot of the modeling or the projections, particularly the 1.5 and the 2 degree staying below that, is based on this modeling. So you will see that when you look at the top portion of the figure, what it shows is a warming timeline beginning at 0 degrees, which is pre-industrial levels, and then it increases incrementally to above that 1850, 1900. So we're looking at a world at 1.5, 2, 3 degrees, and 4 degrees above that pre-industrial level. So what we've seen is for the period of 2011 to 2020, the global surface temperature was 1.1 degrees warmer than it was between 1850 and 1900, the 1900 period. And we see that some of these regions are looking quite dire. If you look at South Africa, if you look at Central South America, once we reach higher temperatures, it's almost as if they heat exponentially. So we must be quite aware of this. At plus 3 degrees and plus 4 degrees, the heating intensifies with some regions, including South Africa, experiencing days that are 6 to 7 degrees warmer than the pre-industrial levels. This is something that we haven't quite experienced yet. So it's hot now currently outside in Johannesburg. Imagine if those temperatures have to increase. So also, as the global warming increases, the magnitude of the heat stress grows disproportionately. So it might be 1 degree that increases, but then as it grows, the impacts intensify exponentially. Okay? Then we look at the next map, the next diagram, and this represents your soil moisture and your annual wettest day temperature changes. So looking at the similar model, what we have to say is drying is projected across Southern Europe, the Mediterranean, and parts of Africa. The model predicts increasing moisture in certain regions, but you will see that that increase is relatively insignificant. And the soil changes are influenced by shifts in precipitation and evaporation rates. In terms of the diagram label C, you see that the wettest day precipitation is likely to increase globally, even in regions experiencing overall drying. And we will also look at this in the regional models, but what this means is that even though everything might become drier, the days when it does rain, we're going to have intense rain. So that's a lot of challenges that we might have in terms of water management and agriculture also. So moving on to this. And this model projects the global gross domestic product in relation to the temperature changes. And as we see, what it has projected, what has been projected is that a 1 degree temperature increase can lead to up to a 12% GDP drop in certain regions. This is significant. If we are looking at between a 2 and let's say 2.6 degree increase, we are looking at a GDP drop of between minus 14 and minus 21.5%. This is significant. And we ask ourselves this question, how does it impact GDP? So these are a couple of ways. It's not exhaustive, but these are a couple of ways. You experience losses and damages through extreme events. So there might be a flood, there's damage, you have to pay for that. Also in droughts, similar experience. In sectoral vulnerabilities, and you'll see in terms of what we're producing as South Africa, and we're exporting or even internally, will it be needed given the climate changes that are happening? And we've seen this in the agricultural sector, we've also seen this in the motor sector. And it also influences our ability to trade. If the CBAMs are applicable to us, what does it mean for us and how are we responding to it? So in the direction we are currently heading at possibly looking at a 2.6 to a 3 degree temperature increase, you can see, I mean, the losses that we might incur are quite significant. So now we're looking at the global scenario projections. Again, I say, we do a lot of modeling, or we look at a lot of modeling because this is one of the ways that we actually can predict. This diagram underscores the link between socio-economic decisions, emissions, and climate impact, and it shows the urgency of immediate action to avoid catastrophic outcomes. So firstly, the modeling looks at the impact of GHG emissions on temperature. So we know this, we've discussed this before. More GHG emissions, increased temperature. And these are called the representative concentration pathways, and this modeling was undertaken by the IPCC. The SSPs is a framework, this is the second type of modeling, which was developed to explore potential future trajectories of global socio-economic development and their implications for climate change and sustainability. So the shared economic pathways depict how certain conditions, such as policy, population growth, economic development, will influence GHG emissions and by and large the temperature. So we know what it basically is saying is that we know that certain decisions we make are going to impact emissions, and those emissions are going to impact the temperature. So that's what the modeling shows. If we go on to a more in-depth look at the SSP pathways, we see that they've developed 5 distinct socioeconomic pathways, and the aim of which is to explore futures, to assess climate challenges, and also to inform policy as we go forward. And there's 5 of them. You look at SSP1, which is possibly the best possible place we would want to be. It's called it's quite sustainable, and it's called taking the green road. That's what they refer to it as. We've got SSP2, which is the middle road, SSP3, which is the regional rivalry, SSP4, which is inequality or a road divided, and SSP5, which is a fossil-fueled development or taking the highway. And currently, when we look at this modeling, we can predict that where we are headed for is SSP3, the SSP3 scenario, which suggests that increased emissions by 2100, leading to temperature increases of between 3.3 to 5.7 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. But remember, these are global modeling. And also what I'd like you to remember is that South Africa is in a climate change hotspot, which means due to our location, when the rest of the world is having a temperature increase of 2 degrees, we are experiencing a 4-degree temperature increase. Okay? So through these discussions, you will see that South Africa keeps coming up as a special case in many areas. But it's something we need to consider. Ideally, or realistically, we could possibly get to SSP2, but ideally, we want to be at SSP1. Let me get through this one first. So if you look at this is a report done by the IPCC. And what it says is that there's a 34% reduction in agricultural output due to climate change. There's reduced income and increased inequality, particularly in African countries. There has been a 3.6 million weather-related displacement. So people are moving due to weather events or changes in weather. And there has been a minus 5% impact on GDP per capita for South Africa. So this stuff, although it's quite shocking, and when you first read it, you actually think, this is shocking, and how could it happen? But it has happened already. And what we can see, further projected impacts, is that we're possibly going to have a 25 to 75% reduction in agricultural output. There's going to be a 50% drop in South African GDP by 2100. And with a 1.7 degree increase in global warming, we are going to see between 17 and 40 million people displaced within the region. And obviously as the temperature increases, more and more people are going to move. At that point, I wonder, shall we stop for a few questions, Simpiwe? We can. Okay. Are there any questions? Yes. Please go ahead, introduce yourself. Please note also, if the question is going to be answered, I'm going to refer you to wait a little bit. But if I can answer it in this session, I will definitely do so. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Morning, everyone. My name is Morena Pule. I'm from Green Anglicans. I'm from Paris. Firstly, I have a comment and then a question. The comment is based on the very profound question that you asked on, are we changing ourselves or are we changing the environment? So as an attempt to change ourselves or adapt, sorry, as an attempt to change ourselves or adapt, I believe we need to change the priorities of our educational system. For example, economic and management sciences could be optional, whereas climate advocacy education, mitigation, adaptation, and implementation education can be made compulsory from a very young age, like from foundation phase. Then our kids start learning about just being climate advocates from a very young age. And then the question is, could the reason that we are a hotspot be due to the fact that there's a rapid rate of the extinction of indigenous plants in our region? Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we take the next question? Thank you.
Morning. I'm Reverend Masie. I'm from the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Southern Africa. So my question is based on the fact that when we're talking about nature and its ability to adapt. So I recently read an article and it says that, and I was looking to say, my question is that, how are we looking to adapt to situations of conflict of interest? Because, for example, in Limpopo, Vembe, they want to have an economic zone in Musine and Makado. That economic zone will need 125,000 hectares. That means they will cut around 650,000 trees. So these trees are nature's way of controlling carbon dioxide emissions. But when we cut them, it means that when we are emitting gases, nature does not have a way to absorb those gases. So my second question on that one of how we're looking to adapt to conflict of interest, my second question is that how are we looking to encourage communities to plant more trees? Because you see that in Gauteng, the province have that program of a 1 million trees campaign. But then there was an attempt previously to plant trees, but people in the community will cut those trees that they planted on the streets. It's because perhaps people don't see the value, and perhaps maybe we could look to plant not just indigenous trees, but trees that bring fruits, because that way a person will see that this thing is something that is feeding me. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Go ahead. Is that one question or two separate questions? Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Simon. I work for Zen Oil, produced by diesel, and I'm a chemist. I just saw that you were a more technical person. I just want to ask some very tactical questions. The first question is, on the 2021 updated NDCs, says that by 2025 we should have at least reduced our carbon emissions by 398 to 520 metric tons of carbon dioxide. How far are we to that target? The second question, how do NDCs incorporate adaptation and strategies alongside with mitigation efforts actually to vulnerable people and indigenous communities? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Go ahead.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Lesego Masisi, and I am from the Global Changemakers Tshwane Hub, but I'm also a member within the African National Congress Youth League and the Progressive Youth Alliance at various senior levels. So my question would be more linked on a security point of view. Recently, the South African Department of Defense has tasked ARMSCO, which is the armaments procurement wing of the department, to conduct research on feasibility. So the role of the military or global militaries or any militaries in very peaceful zones is changing. Obviously, because they're not involved in conflict, they're now involved in peacekeeping. But because of that, there's another aspect to it. If the peace is already kept, what is the role of the military? So currently they have now refocused their role to ensuring regional economic development by maybe protecting, safeguarding national key points, or even assisting in projects. However, there's been a lack of emphasis on the climate aspect. So you are, as a military, you are focused on making sure that development takes place in order to, safeguard human security. But the climate aspect has been left out. So my question to you now is, what would the role of the military be in ensuring that, these targets are met in order to assist other government departments, as well as in, analysis, planning, monitoring, valuation aspects? What would their role be, hypothetically, if it's not already been, discussed and deliberated upon at your respective level? Thank you.
Why the military? Why are we involving the military?
Sorry, we just want to check who is speaking.
I'm over here.
Mandy.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it just seems random. Like, why are we bringing armed forces into this?
Now, let me answer that question. Thank you for your question. The role of armed forces has been changing since, obviously, conflicts have now somewhat in certain regions have been relatively non-existent, but an armed force is still there. So an armed force is strategic in the sense that it can enhance or complement other government departments to achieve their targets. That's what I mentioned by the refocusing of the department to assist in economic development programs across the region in order to strengthen human security. Armed forces' main role is to protect human security. Human security is multifaceted. Climate change is a threat to human security at the end of the day, therefore making them relevant in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lesego. I see that the room is on fire, which is excellent. But I think, Steve, shall we take some of those questions before we take a new round? Simpiwe, you good with that? Okay, great stuff. So regarding the priorities, Morena, of the education system, currently we are quite aware of that. And what some of the PCC work, and I'm relating only the work we're doing because that's, in my domain currently. But we have an employment team, a strategy team that's looking at this, particularly looking at how to integrate that into the different levels of education, which is very important, but also looking at what skills that we currently have in jobs that potentially will be lost, and how do we transition those skills to new areas that might be opportunities. Regarding the extinction of native species, yes, that might be a role, but climate change is quite multifaceted, and what happens is when you have a changing temperature, sometimes the ecosystem changes, and what happens is you get a loss of native species and that sort of thing. But that is definitely, once we start removing the native species, you get erosion, you get all sorts of things, so you are quite correct. Steve Simpiwe, would you like to add more to that? You can come up here, Steve.
So maybe just to, maybe, that's not on. Amateur era. So just a couple of things. The reason why South Africa is a hotspot is because of the vulnerability of our weather systems. So weather in South Africa really comes from so as the Earth spins, it is spinning off cold fronts from Antarctica. Right? And those cold fronts are what bring winter rainfall to the Western Cape. We also have orographic rain, so it's rain coming off the sea, getting trapped by the mountains. So the winter rainfall and the orographic rain overlap in George. That's why George is cold and wet, right? It gets lots of rain in winter and in summer. But most of the country receives summer rainfall, and that's caused by a thermohaline, so temperature gradient that comes from Central Africa, which doesn't reach Southern Africa, or Botswana, South Africa at certain times of year, but also it increasingly doesn't reach South Africa with climate change. And so what that means, how that plays out in the models, is less rainfall in winter in the Western Cape, which means higher risk of drought in the Western Cape, but it also means less summer rainfall and therefore risk of drought throughout the country. And then there's some uncertainty in the models about what happens between the relationship with the orographic rainfall coming off the sea and the mountains and the summer rainfall. And so some of the models predict slightly more rain in the east, so on the low fault and in northern KZN, but generally the models predict higher. So that's why we think of ourselves as a hotspot. We're just quite vulnerable to these global changes, and then that has the kinds of consequences that we've been talking about: more ecosystem die-off, more biodiversity die-off, and in particular, if you think about how animals and plants also move. Right, so if the temperature change is very gradual over thousands of years, those plants and animals can adapt and move to ecosystems that support them. Right? If you think about vertical movement, so if you've got mountains, those plants and animals can move in shorter time scales. Right? Those types of environments tend to be naturally more adaptive to these long-term changes, if that makes sense. The problem with South Africa is we're generally quite flat, right? Once you're above the escarpment, it's flat. And so those animals and plants have nowhere to go. So another reason why we're quite vulnerable. So there's the relationship between the weather and the landscapes. I mean, on the point of the army and security, yes, I mean, it's a really interesting point. We do have a security specialist within the PCC, a guy called Des, but he's not here today, so he could have given you a much more interesting response. But in Mandy's last slide, she talks about recovery to extreme events, and the military have a potentially very important role in that. But this idea of regional security is really interesting. So on this slide, you'll see that bottom one with 2.5 degrees of warming, which is roughly where we're headed, right? There's 56 to 86 million climate migrants in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's more than the population of South Africa moving around, right? And that is fundamentally going to be a security issue. And so I think it's interesting. I don't have a wonderful answer for you, but I think that's something we should apply our minds to.
There was another question regarding the conflict of interest between development and...
Yeah, so that's part of democracy, right? People have different perspectives on how we should develop, and part of why we're hosting these sessions is the NDC is actually a framing of how we see economic development. Right? And the perspectives on how we do that are different. And we'll get into this a lot when I come back for the mitigation section. But the way democracy works in South Africa, our boss, Crispin Alva, describes it as a noisy democracy. So we're quite vocal even for a normal democracy. That's the debate, and we must debate this. What are the pros and cons? Why do we think it's good? Why do we think it's bad? And ultimately, we must decide as a people. So that's how we would kind of approach the Mikado problem, but it applies to even how we design the NDC and policy. So what we're trying to do here at the Presidential Climate Commission is kind of give people the information they need to engage in these debates. And so that's what really today is all about. We're sharing with you what we're seeing in the science and the research, and inviting you to give us other perspectives and other research, and then we'll kind of put that all together and make recommendations on the basis of that, if that makes sense.
Thanks, Steve. Steve, there was Reverend Masia also asked about the planting of trees, which you will bring up later on, will you?
Yeah, so trees is a complicated one. It has huge amounts of biodiversity type benefits if you plant the right kinds of trees. It has benefits of food and shade and recreation in communities. In a lot of particularly densely populated communities, people see trees as a fire risk. So that's one of the downside risks. So particularly in informal settlements, people tend to clear the trees out because they're worried about fire. On the climate change side, the evidence is mixed. A lot of the scientific evidence shows that planting trees outside of the tropics may actually increase the temperature because it reflects more light. So it's not necessarily about absorbing CO2, but how much light it reflects. And so generally planting trees is a very good thing, but not necessarily for climate reasons. It's better for biodiversity and recreation and access to food and things like that. So we're quite supportive of planting trees, but it's not necessarily a big climate change intervention.
Simon, I think Steve will answer your questions in his presentation. It was regarding the NDCs.
The NDC. Yeah, we'll come back to that in lots of detail, more detail than you probably want.
Okay. Great. Lesego, I must say, Steve took a very measured approach to your military question. Mine is that I think Africa is probably going to be the continent with the most resources. And possibly if it goes into dire straits, there's going to be wars over resources, one of which is water. And, you have to see the military as providing a positive, but also there might be that threat, so looking into that also. But let's take the next round of questions. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Liesel from the Center for Child Law as Allied for Children, providing legal advice. And my question is about whether we are doing enough to measure the specific impacts on children, and whether whether the PCC has, I think you have a role to play, but whether you have thought about your role in facilitating children's voices. As we know, under international law now, we are required to do child-specific impact assessments and allow them to be heard because they can't vote in the democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Liesel. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Zama Joseph Sitole, representing the National Youth Coalition. And my question is based on the points that's actually on the screen right now about the weather-related displacements. So I'm from KZN, and the floods, I come from a village, small village in KZN, and the floods really impacted us a lot, to the point where my little sister could no longer access her school, and she had to be moved to the city where my aunt is so that she can still go to school. So that's why that point really just, it related to me because it's something that we've experienced. And my question then is, because we know there's an increase in urbanization, we know that a lot of people are moving to the cities, whether it's weather-related reasons or whether it's economic reasons, study reasons, whatever the reason may be. But we know that the population in the cities is increasing, which obviously has the impact of burdening the systems in the cities. And we know currently there's this huge focus on creating green cities. And now my question is, why are we not creating green villages, so to speak? Why are we not, when town planning is happening, why are we not including or making it a priority to ensure that rural areas are also adapted or structured in such a way that they can adapt to natural disasters as one of the solutions going forward? So that's just a point that I just wanted to bring, that maybe we need to start looking at creating green villages. And because the people that are leaving these areas are usually from rural areas or peri-rural areas, and we are burdening the city and its systems. So why is that not a solution? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's on. Hi, Ren. I'm Tamsin. I'm from the Carbon Trust. I really want to thank you for the amazing presentation and how well referenced they are. 2 slides back, the projections on GDP changes. That was by Swiss Re, which I found really interesting. So they're a reinsurance provider. Is climate change insurance something that people are working on, thinking on? Obviously acknowledging it's not something that's going to be accessible to everyone. But yeah, a chat about climate insurance would be cool. And then just to say, I came today from a small town outside of Brits, Beestekraal, if anyone knows it. So yeah, I definitely echo your comments for green villages and small towns. I definitely think focus on rural would be really cool.
Thank you very much, Tamsin. Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Sandile from the World Festival Foundation. I wanted to ask a brief about the policies that are in place. I've realized that there have been discussions that have been held for more than decades, but in my understanding, those policies I actually feel like they are there for being there, because in terms of the compliance and everything, the organizations, what are the strict measures that are put in place to make sure that those policies people adhere to? Does the government even has a priority on making sure that the policies that they put forward about climate, governance, and education are being adhered to? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandile. Let's take the questions on this room and we'll come back here. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My
Morning.
name is Sainia from the University of the Witwatersrand. So from an evolutionary perspective, adaptation takes time, right? So how do we try to ensure that the regions that are currently affected by climate change, like KZN for an example, are resilient to these changes up until these targets are met?
Thank you. Shall we take those questions? And we'll take one last round after that. I also wanted to ask Simpiwe and Christelle if you also wanted to weigh in. Christelle's quite a strong town planner also. So firstly, let's go to Liesel's question, measuring the impacts on children. In my view, I think that's very important work. I also think not enough is done in that sphere. What we're currently doing as part of this project is actually looking at the physical impacts and how they deal with the social impacts. Often the kind of the socioeconomic impacts don't come fast enough to us. And you will know that these socioeconomic impacts, they differ according to vulnerable group, according to region. There's a multitude that we need to look at. But I'm in agreement that more work needs to be done, particularly in the case of children, because it deals with health, it deals with survival, all sorts of things, education. So very, very important. I wonder, some people, would you like to add anything to that? You good for now? You good? Okay. The next one, Zama, in terms of urbanization, you will know that the built environment is one of the key sectors that keeps coming up over and over again. Steve is going to give you some really shocking, facts when it comes to his presentation. But I do agree with you. It's also, I think, the way society is built, that we think that when we live in these big cities, when we drive these nice cars, this is what life is about. And we almost want that, not knowing the kind of rat race and what that actually entails. Interestingly enough, I was having this conversation with my kid in the car yesterday, and it's quite sobering when you realize that as society, where we have come from and where we're heading. Major shift in the town planning. Christelle, you want to give us some of your feedback, ma'am?
Thanks very much. Just to get back to the point of climate impacts on children, heat stress and heat islands that are being created in cities are currently being seen as one of the most unrecognized but vital threats to children who do not necessarily know and understand and don't have the means to displace themselves out of a potential situation of harm related to that. Secondly, in terms of planning, the regionalization and the importance of schools and everything from the actual building to the site of the school is becoming incredibly important, especially in early childhood development, where research shows that just the way the aesthetics of a school, the way a school is designed, what it looks like, already makes an impression on a child's brain in terms of development and in terms of progressing in life. And a lot of work is being done around this on green schools, green infrastructure, that is then related to sustainable or environmentally sound site design and practices, so sustainable disposal of waste, recycling, waste to gas opportunities. So very exciting examples that are out there that are being implemented. I think it is a question of traction and a question of scale to get this, to really get this going. And then just on the broader town planning processes, the PCC is working with the national planning commission. And the work that we are doing and that they are doing in terms of a geospatial impact. So if we measure flows of climate finance, if we measure the assessment of green technologies and the geospatial implications of that, drawing that down into the spatial dimension, making sure that we understand how this fits into the broader development process is essential and part of the work that we do, and I think we should do more in this regard. So I'm going to end off there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Christelle. Steve, I'll come back to you regarding the policies, but in the interim, I'm going to take Tamsin's question regarding insurance. You're quite right. The National Treasury is also doing quite a lot of work in that insurance space, looking at parametric insurance also. But what we're seeing, and you'll see it in the last slide that I present, that often, you have to be able to balance the effects and trying to find what the impacts are in investing in that. Because when you look at it, that recovery can cost a lot. And what we've seen is that you might have a school that's washed away in KZN this year, you rebuild the school, and next year, the school is washed away again. So what actually are we doing to build that resilience, talking to yourself, our VIT student, sorry, I didn't get your name, but looking at how we address those effectively. What we've also seen is that because we haven't been prepared, municipalities have incurred, there might be flooding, and what has happened is that they use their budgets or their maintenance budgets to be able to recover from that, which means that when they're now refinancing or, not refinancing, but insuring their assets, the insurance value is now less. So you don't have enough money actually to replace those assets. So it's quite a big cycle that we're dealing with, and it needs to be thought of quite strategically. There's so many moving parts. Yes, I think town planning, also just to add to what Christelle said, I think our bylaws in municipalities need to definitely be re-evaluated and looked at in terms of where the flood lines are, where is it safe for people to stay, and if these things occur, where and how do we relocate them? Over to you, Steve, on the policy side.
So maybe just a couple of points. And he's only halfway through a presentation, so I'm starting to worry about time a little. One of the things that the sort of SAIA Youth Statement on Climate identifies is the intersectionality of climate change. It impacts everything and is impacted by everything. And so we could go into the detail of very specific solutions all day. And so far we've talked about green villages, we've talked about e-waste and waste collection, we've talked about insurance. So my request to you is, let's park some of those kind of detail specifics so we can get through the presentations, but a kind of couple of quick questions. I mean, the evolutionary question is really interesting because it highlights exactly the problem with climate change. We are changing the environment faster than species can respond, and so they're starting to die off. And it's not only just species extinction that's a worry, but it's the extent of species distribution. So the size of the wildlife population that we monitor has contracted by 73% between 1970 and 2020, right? So these are the kinds of sort of serious risks we face, and about 16% of species will go extinct. This is according to the IPCC if we don't manage to stay below 1.5 degrees. So, and it's precisely because they don't have time to evolve and to respond to the changing conditions. We're just changing the environment too fast. And that's the key driver or the key risk in climate change. Just remind me what the policy question was, please.
Just understanding the monitoring and evaluation on the policy and understanding government's capacity to be able to implement, and also, how are we delivering on those policies? Yeah. So there's quite a... it's an almost impossible question to answer. There's a huge interconnection between all of the policies. So we're currently looking at, as a PCC, we're currently looking at all of the government department plans to try to make sure that they've accounted for climate change appropriately. So that's being done. But the big challenge that I think was being pointed to is we generally have very good policy in South Africa. The challenge is implementation. And that points to a whole range of challenges relating to capacity, access to finance. So when we come to the means of implementation,
at the end, we'll start to revisit some of those ideas. What are the things that we need to do alongside mitigation and adaptation that help us implement and respond and do things?
Thank you, Steve. So what I'm going to do now, I know there's probably questions online, and I've promised the room that we'll come back to here, but I'm going to motor through some of the slides, and then we can take questions. Some of the stuff that Steve will cover, I will skip through it very quickly so that we can get to the questions, because I think most of the value is actually in hearing what you have to say in this regard. So the next slide is actually we're looking at the regional projections, okay? These two images represent regional climate modeling, which is called RCMs, and these models indicate the middle value of projected changes which have been derived from multiple models. So they've looked at multiple models and they've almost taken the median between those two. And what it does, it compares projected 2080 to 2099 relative to 1981 to 2000. And the focus is on the last 2 decades of the 21st century. And by using that middle value, what it does, it minimizes the influence of the extremes. And what we've seen is that for the period from 1961 to 2015, there has been a higher global average increase of 0.7% for the same for the period, but South Africa has seen a higher average value for that. You will see the interior, if you look at it, the first one is the average temperature, and the second diagram is the heat waves. So in the interior, it's expected to warm faster than the coastal areas, and this is for several reasons, including one of them could be including reduced cloud coverage. So we're expecting to get hotter, and the interior is expected to get significantly hotter. The heat wave days are also likely to significantly increase, and this is the days that are very hot. We're going to get more of those, and those days are going to be hotter. And recently, just to point to a study that the PCC, well, actually NEDLAC undertook it, and PCC also had a look at that study, looking at heat stress and what this means for the labor force of South Africa. So if you're working outside or working in quite hot temperatures, what does this mean? How do we move the, the working hours or whatever it might be? I see Steve has his hand, he's waving at me frantically. Go ahead, Steve.
I was just going to say, South Africa is impacted really severely, but watch Botswana in all these pictures. Botswana is always like deep red, basically.
Botswana seems to be deep red at the moment also. It's just so hot there, but it just gets worse. Okay. The second one here is we're looking at rainfall as well as the number of fire days. You'll know that these are actually interrelated. But over the region is expected to become generally drier with reductions in rainfall. Okay, and also the drying is going to be increased due to higher temperatures, higher evaporation. So all of these factors work, they're quite integral, almost as a puzzle. So it's very, very difficult sometimes to do a piece of work without understanding the full picture. And then the question is, how do you incorporate all of these variables into the modeling? So while rainfall may decrease, there's expectation of more intense rainfall events. So this means, we've talked about it in the global model, when we do receive rainfall, it's probably going to be extreme rainfall events. And the duality of the drier overall, being drier overall, coupled with extreme rainfall events, is likely to pose challenges, like we said before, regarding water management as well as agriculture. So the second illustration shows the increase in wildfire days, and the relationship between wildfire and climate change is it's a cycle basically. And so the more wildfires you have, more CO2 you have, more damage, more global warming. Also, it's a threat to ecosystems, it's a threat to communities, it's a threat to livelihoods, and the lower availability of water also exacerbates the condition. Then we move into soil moisture, and then the other one is heavy rainfall days. When we look at soil moisture and heavy rainfall, well, in this model, the first picture is soil moisture. It's expected to decrease, and this is devastating for agriculture as well as for natural ecosystems. So the soil is a very important component of not just its ecosystems and human livelihood. So often you would have seen in the very first sustainability diagrams, they had a Venn diagram where you have economy, and then you've got society, and then you've got environment. And I often like that diagram because what it says is that nothing, not humans, can happen outside of the environment. So the environment, humans are dependent on the environment, and the economy is dependent on humans. So if we remove the environment, or we change it in some way, I think then we have to adapt to be able to respond to that. So talking about the soil moisture is expected to decrease, like we said. It's going to be devastating for agriculture. And why? Because soil health is very important to growing crops. The first top layer of soil is where all of the activity happens. It's high in microbial activity. The soil actually retains water, and if it's dry, it's not going to be able to do that. Also, the soil has a very intricate part in terms of holding down plants, so there's no erosion. Having those plants there also reduces carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, so it's all a very integrated system that we need to consider. This will also impact the planting cycles. And if you've grown anything lately, particularly the people that grow up in those villages where you're growing something in your garden, you will find that the cycles of crops have changed. And it's because of availability of water, because of change in temperature. And I'll give you an example. When you plant, for instance, a crop of broccoli, if the ground temperature is too hot, what happens is it bolts. And what has previously been seen is that you plant broccoli at a certain time of the year. But because the temperatures, and the farmers might do that, a huge crop of broccoli, but you have a heat wave and the whole crop is lost because they now start to bolt. You're sitting with broccoli that look like little trees. So understanding those kind of planting cycles. And we've talked about the next image, which is the wetter stays. And as previously mentioned, even in areas that are experiencing drying, the wetter stays are likely to become more intense. So this diagram looks at the physical impacts. And it's based on, and it's not exhaustive also, but it looks at different terrains or topographies, what potentially could happen. In the coast, for instance, there's loss of live and assets due to storm. If you look at the farmland, there's probably crop failures and livestock lost due to drought. So this is basically depicts what kind of physical impacts. And to some of the questions asked previously, we need to also look at the socio-economic impacts of that, which we not have got into at the moment. So this slide was some of the key risks that were identified by VIDS associated with the tipping point. And yesterday I got this wrong, but what a tipping point is it is a point in climate change when critical thresholds, such as temperature, can trigger irreversible damage. So those critical, like when the temperature goes over a certain level, you can't get it back down. And what does this mean for South Africans? It's not all of them, but some of the tipping points that had been identified by VIDS is firstly, a day zero in Gauteng regarding water. And we've mentioned this before. We see what happened in Cape Town. Gauteng is an economic hub with the mass population that it does, quite significant. The second, which is, I think, even more significant than that, is the collapse of the maize crop in sub-Saharan Africa. And it's important to remember the traditional value as well as the social value of a maize crop in African society. Because maize is an important staple crop. What does it mean when it fails, you can't grow maize anymore? And the third thing is category 4 or 5 cyclones making landfall on the South African East Coast. We've seen this also, where you have, KZN, where they had those floods there. We've also seen in Nelson Mandela Bay. And something that Desigan, who Steve mentioned earlier, is that sometimes these cyclones come off the coast quite strong. They get onto land and they slow down, but they go back to the coast, recharge, and come back. So these are the things that we have to worry about as we go forward. Okay. This diagram, it's very important. It looks quite complex, but once you get into it, it's not too bad. The diagram emphasizes the urgent and narrowing window of opportunity to achieve climate resilient pathways. So you will see on the x-axis, there's an IPCC AR6, and that is almost, we take it as day zero. That's where we're starting from, because we've been given the information from the IPCC report. And what happens is it shows different pathways that we can take to either become more sustainable or less sustainable, having more climate risk or less climate risk. And then it also indicates different conditions, certain enabling conditions. For instance, inclusive governance or ecosystem stewardship or behavioral changes can improve our ability to get more into that, sustainable pathway. If we do other things like continue with making decisions that continue with increasing poverty, inequality, and injustice, we're now moving again towards higher climate risks. And you'll see 2030 is quite important for the Sustainable Development Goals, and then another kind of timeline is 2050, where we intend to get to net zero. But the critical point, I think, of this slide is that we have a small window to act. The longer we wait, the more expensive and the fewer options we will have going forward. Okay? So this slide, I think what it basically is a summary of the National Adaptation Submission, the last submission, and it just looks at the focus areas that it dealt with and the goals. So we're looking, for instance, at national circumstances, institutional arrangements, and legal frameworks, and the goal under that was enhanced climate adaptation frameworks, governance, and legal frameworks. So I'm not going to spend too much of time on this. I think Steve might circle around to it. And also this slide, you will have the slides sent to you, or you will have access to it, so you might want to go through this. You will see that the summary of the last NDC submission, and also if you look at the Climate Act, that was promulgated recently in July, I believe, there's a lot of similarities between the two, so some of that has been carried across. So my last slide, and this is when we look at resilience, obviously mitigation is part of the resilience, but when you look at resilience, we're dealing with anticipation, we're dealing with adaptation, and we're dealing with recovery. This is from an NBI document that they did in 2015. So the first one is anticipation. You can anticipate in two ways. Firstly is we do modeling. We model to kind of understand what's going to happen, what are we dealing with, and what are the potential ways that we can deal with it. And second is early warning systems and outreach. An interesting example in KZN, I believe it was the Quarry Road community, where they had a community-based adaptation. That was what it's called. And what they did was that the community knew that, in certain times of the year they flood. So on the bridge, they had made different marks on that bridge. And as the water level rose, they knew they had mobilized themselves to undertake certain activities. So what happened is that as they got to a higher level, they were evacuated at the right point. They did lose their belongings, but actually no lives were lost. So those are the kind of things that we need. The engagement of communities is very important, because I don't know what you're going through, and often you respond to it in a way that's autonomous adaptation. So what happens, for instance, and I give the example of seeds, farmers might use more drought-resistant seeds just because they see that their seeds are not growing, these are failing, and they do it automatically. What we need to do is we need to be able to inform people effectively, not only, subsistent farmers, commercial farmers might have better availability of knowledge, but we need to make them aware of what's happening so that they know how to respond effectively. Planned adaptation, an example from the town planning, is a review of the municipal bylaws to understand what are the impacts in this municipal region, and how now we're going to see that it's going to be drying or there's going to be floods. How do we adapt that kind of planning to suit that? And thirdly is recovery, which is disaster management, emergency response, and rebuilding. We find that emergency response, what happens is often they're quick on the ground. There's certain entities in South Africa that look at this particularly, and this is where I believe Lesego, the military, as Steve said, can come in to assist in quick assistance in those circumstances. And rebuilding is often, we need to rebuild or build back better so that we're not spending money year on year fixing the same thing when actually it should be moved. And when you look at this diagram, in terms of anticipation and adaptation, if we spend more money in those areas, we will spend less money in recovery and loss. And remember this, that recovery and loss is a sinking cost. Once it's gone, it's gone. So we just need to be very, very strategic in how we do this. Steve, on that note, I'm going to bow out. I think, do we have time for more questions? I did say we want to look at some. Singh? 7. Okay, let's take the guys online and we'll take the guys on the side of the room. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Letago Khomoeswana, Climate Year Southern Africa and African Climate Alliance. So the updated NDCs seem to emphasize adaptation as a critical pillar, as well as sectorial resilience and early warning systems. I have 3 questions. So what challenges or gaps do you foresee in implementing these adaptation measures at community level? Secondly, when considering intersectionality, to what degree are we zoning in? For example, how do you practically address the needs of vulnerable communities? If we're saying women and gender, then kind of further zoning into the impact of heat on pregnant women. Or if we're looking at disabilities, then people living with albinism, for example, who are also extremely affected by the heat. And then thirdly, how do we balance ambition versus sustainability when looking at our NDCs, especially considering that we are not on target with our current NDCs? Thank you.
Thank you, Letago. Are there any questions online? No? We're good, okay. You want to go first and we'll come to you, ladies. Go ahead. Okay, the gentleman says the ladies go first. Go ahead.
Awesome, thanks. Hi everyone, so my name is Ketiwe. I am representing Inge Make Your Mark. We are a youth development agency here in Bryanston. The question that I had was, you spoke a little bit about how you guys are kind of looking into informing the youth or looking at like restructuring education to teach young people about climate change. Can you speak a little bit more about how far you've gone there, and if you have any information that might be helpful to me? Thanks.
Go ahead.
Hi everybody, my name is Precious Huntley, I'm from Fridays for Future. I just wanted to comment on the digital age that we're currently in. The more we move into the digital age, the information and communications and technology sector grows because we use more renewable technology. However, because of this high demand of renewable technology, it results in environmental degradation as we mine for materials that we use in this technology like cobalt, zinc, and copper. My question is, when we're compiling the NDC, have you guys considered the growth in the sector? And how do countries who have large reserves of these resources adapt to the growing sector and do so sustainably? Thank you.
Thank you, Precious. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Nobu Kosi and I'm from the Northwest University. So my question actually adds up on your question. Sorry, I didn't get your name. How do you guys ensure that the NDCs balance global credibility, right, with social inequities? So how are they aligning with the global targets, right, that are your baseline, considering the South African landscapes in terms of social inequalities? Also considering the elephant in the room that most of South African communities where livelihoods depend on coal mines and plants, so shifting towards renewable energy, right, shutting down fossil fuel operations without adequate planning leaves those communities vulnerable, right? My last question is, how are the communities that are actually severely impacted represented within the NDCs? Because some of them are not able to attend these capacity building meetings. How do you guys ensure that those marginalized communities are actually represented within these NDCs versus the global credibility, again, that you want them to be? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Telimpilo. A few slides back, I saw you were talking about soil moisture and water management. So since I'm studying IT, I was thinking, can't there be like a drip irrigation system whereby it minimizes the evaporation of providing consistent moisture to the soil while consuming water? And then another solution I was thinking about is that since they're talking about carbon footprint and carbon emission being a problem, can't we like create a blockchain-powered food tracking system So in that blockchain powered food tracking system, it's going to be easier for improving real time so that it tracks, let's say, and tracks and monitors the farm from farm to the market. And it prevents failure by using Internet of Things. Internet of Things meaning using sensors for soil moisture and for monitoring how the temperature is, for that whenever they crop or whenever there's a season where they can crop, it's easier for them to understand that. That was one of my solutions.
Thank you very much. Let me take these questions first, and I think a couple of them will be answered in Steve's discussion as we go forward. I think Nobukosi, yours will be answered, and Steve goes into quite a lot of detail regarding, balancing our needs, social needs, as well as our targets, global targets. Precious, I think also Steve will reflect on the growth of the digital sector and mining. Ketiwe, unfortunately, I'm not in the employment division, but what we can do is we can pick up the conversation and we can give you the context to be able to engage with the colleagues that are experts in that area. I do know that there's significant work being done, and I think that all of the feedback and responses we can get always helps our work go forward effectively. There was a question regarding the challenges at adaptation, community level adaptation. And I think this is very important. This is often what happens, and we need to get away from that top-down approach, is going into communities and saying, this is what we think is best for you. And the way that a lot of the very good ideas and the practical ideas come from the communities. So we need to be able to engage better. I think, Steve, is any response? Simpiwe? You guys? Okay, there's questions online regarding the drip irrigation. Excellent. I think these are happening already, but what we need to consider is the cost of this. I mean, the commercial farmers might be able to afford this, but how are we facilitating subsistence farmers to be able to save that water, to use these very practical approaches? And I think that needs to come. Blockchain also, there's so many things and so many advantages to that. Getting things to the market on time, already selling your goods before it gets to market, those kind of things that farmers really struggle with. So excellent input. Thank you very much. We're going to take one more question, and then we're going to take some POS questions online. We'll try to get to you, but if we can try to make it concise, because we're going to keep you here for days, if not.
Okay, no problem. So one of your slides, you mentioned where you were showing us the impacts of climate change, where you said, we noted that a 34% reduction in agriculture output due to climate change in more than one region. So I just wanted to ask, what does this really mean for most of the vulnerable of our population in South Africa that already are facing hunger and food insecurity in a food secure country as South Africa? As South Africa is considered a food secure country able to produce enough food for its population. And despite this, we still have high numbers of hunger, food insecurity, and even malnutrition, as we were talking about children and how already we are recording about 22% of children under the age of 5 who are experiencing stunting, right? So I think for more so to add to the conversation is it's time that we move from this focus of us trying to understand the reductions and so on to finding more ways that are resilient and accessible ways of ensuring food security within the agricultural sector, especially at the local level, and also seeing how we can also even move to household level with that through methods such as agroecology and also reviving our environment, as they also serve to revive the environment. As we were talking about soil erosion, they would serve a significant impact in that. So I want to ask two questions then. What is the position of the PCC in addressing the underlying structural issues of inequality, poverty, poor health infrastructure, that I also do believe that when we're talking about Africa being a hotspot, it's not just our position, but also it's a matter of our vulnerability in terms of how we are also experiencing high levels of poverty and such that make us more vulnerable to the effects of climate change, because we don't have any measures in place to adapt and also ensure that we are more resilient, right? So that's the first question, and also the position of the PCC beyond production within our food system as an effort to curb hunger, or rather ensure resilience of our food systems in the context of agriculture, considering agroecology and food sovereignty.
Thank you very much. Just to respond to that, you first started with a comment, and a lot of great information came out of there. I think you already have the answers. but you're asking a lot of the PCC position. Yeah, so I think, you know that the PCC came up with the Just Transition Framework, and we understand that there's risks as well as opportunities that are going to come out of here. I think Commissioner Mbali just, when I first started, I mentioned something that she said that made quite a lot of sense to me. If I can find it, I'll let you know. But she's looking at the opportunities for transitioning through this. So, with most things, there's a positive and a negative. And the question we're asking is, how do we actually make the most of that positive given the circumstances we're facing, but also realizing that the most vulnerable communities, women and children, people living with disabilities, they are the most affected, and we're quite alive to that. And I think in all of our conversations, the principles of the just transition are always put forward, and we're quite aware of that also. I think, Steve, you might want to answer that a little bit later when you come in also. Can we take a couple of people? I don't want to ignore the guys online, and then we can come back to 2 questions in the room, and then we're done. Yeah.
There's a question in the chat. Blessing, are you able to come in so you can ask your question? Blessing and Ndlovu. You posed a question on the chat, but while we wait for Blessing, Lindy Leshozi is available. I'm just going to ask this in meeting.
Thank you. And greetings, colleagues. My name is Lindy Leshozi from the SAYCCC, which is a youth-led organization. And my question is around that currently I feel like we do have principles that are in place, like your sustainable development, your precautionary principles. Furthermore, there's also, as you said, that the climate change action was signed in July. But it's still so sad to see that as much as it was signed, it's still not active. Same as the principles that are in place, they are not being 100% being adhered to. So how will then the NDC ensure the full activeness through all scales and levels from the global and to the local? Thank you.
Okay.
Blessing, can you please come in?
Good afternoon, all. My
Hello,
question
Blessing.
is in line. Okay, am I audible?
You are indeed. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, thanks a lot for this informative webinar. I'm located in the northern KwaZulu-Natal, and I work under Newcastle local municipality. My question is in regard with our mines, because I've observed as I work for Department of Water and Sanitation. So my concern is really under our mines, because I see when we do our water testing, and I mean, when it comes to equality, it's actually jeopardized, where you see Uti, it's actually because of these mines, the water pollution, the underground water pollution, it's violated. So I'm wondering, because I'm overseeing Uti, there are a lot of mines, and especially the Chinese. Now they've moved from the clothing factor to mines. So, but the challenge is that I just want to check in terms of environmentally and us moving forward, because we have boreholes, and we have vegetation that's been planted by people staying around, these farms. So over a period of time, it's actually a worrying factor, where I see within our environment. I'm not sure whether the compliance issues, the directives that are being issued, are they complied with, but it's just a concern. We are seeing a lot of these mines that are being put in place, and we know, obviously, moving forward, when it comes to climate change, it will actually affect the soil conditions, the conditions of our mines, the boreholes. So I just want to get clarity with how can we assist, how can NDC, mitigate those issues in line with the mines. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Blessing. We've got another hand, Mandy. It's Sibuso. This is the last hand we're going to take online, considering your time constraints. And then
This one.
Sibuso.
Okay. Please try to keep it short. Thank you.
Sibuso, can you ask your question?
My name is Sibuso Mushwayo from Wamhlanga, Mpumalanga. My question was on the previous presentation. I think you mentioned something about the SSPs. My question is, what are clear indications which we can see before 2100 to see which, I think it was SSPs we're going towards? Like, what are the clear indications in the next few years that can show us where we are most likely going to fall towards with regards to our efforts towards climate change?
Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to take one more question. Thank you, Sibuso. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lerato, and I am from the Global Shapers Tshwane Hub. So I have a brief question and a comment. My question is, I walked in late, so I'm not sure if this was covered in the overview of the NDCs. Do we have perhaps local national determined local determined contribution and a provincial one, or is it just an umbrella body as the NDC? I asked that because of different municipalities or different places can contribute differently. And then my comment is, where are we in terms of incorporating indigenous knowledge? What Zama said about green villages, incorporating indigenous knowledge into, for example, local governance, or even if we had an LDC, that could be beneficial because there's so many, just something regarded as mundane activity at a local village. For example, my village in Limpopo, we have practiced, for example, the use of cow dung. It has, okay, maybe I'm taking time, but indigenous knowledge is definitely the way to go, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simpio, I wonder if you would help us with a question regarding the local NDCs, just the overview. I think Lerato might have missed that. Just what is the NDC? And she was asking in terms of local, do we have a local and regional NDC? Just to give a comment on that.
So, Lerato, maybe I would like to have a discussion with you separately, and I would take you through maybe the overview of the NDCs. And we do not currently have local NDCs, but the Climate Change Act, from a mitigation perspective, requires companies to have, to have carbon reduction, carbon budgets. Companies will be allocated carbon budgets in terms of how they can reduce their emissions, but the sectoral emissions targets as well, which are a national document, facilitate how we can reach our NDC commitments. So there are some local instruments in place to support that.
Thank you. In quick response to Blessing, I think, Blessing, there's a number of issues that you're raising there. A lot of them might be, related to the NDCs, but not directly. But the question I'd like Steve to consider as we go looking at Blessing's question is, how do new mines impact the NDCs? Steve, just that question. And thirdly, Lindy, I think you've made a good point that we have principles in place. The Climate Change Act, I think that's the one you were referring to, has been, signed into law. But what needs to happen there is once it's there, we need to now develop legislation for that. So although it's there, it's not being, it hasn't been legislated per se, so the rules are not out yet for it, so we're waiting on that. But your point is taken that, there are principles. What we also find is that there's a lot of fragmentation, so we're dealing with NDCs, we're dealing with SDGs, we're dealing with all of these things, and somehow we need to bring these all together so that we form almost a constructive interference as we go forward, so that financing is better, we're focusing, that we don't find that people are doing similar projects in the areas when they can actually work together to give a bigger impact in those areas. So, thank you very much. On that note, I'm going to bow out and I'm going to hand over to our beautiful Ntaba Singh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mandy. You delivered as expected. And thank you so much for your participation in this session. As Mandy said at the beginning of her presentation, it's not just about capacitating you, but it's also about getting your views, because you're the ones that are actually doing the adaptation work. We're going to switch the program a little bit because you decided to take so much time and not follow the rules. But yes, young people must be disruptive like that. We will now take a break. We'll break for tea, but just for 15 minutes. You are welcome to engage with the speakers that we've had so far. If you have any questions that have not been answered during this 15 minutes, then we will reconvene and do the mitigation overview. And then after that, I need your focus because we are running out of time now and we're going to miss lunch at this rate. And I don't want you to leave without eating. Okay, thank you. If everybody could just start making their way back in. Can we all settle down, please? I think the online participants have now gotten out of bed, they've managed to brush their teeth and make the bed, and they're now sitting upright and they're getting ready for lunch later on. So we must not waste their time, or else, they're going to miss brunch and then go into lunch very hungry and frustrated. Okay, I think our next speaker is actually ready. We can now get into the mitigation overview. There have been quite a lot of questions for Steve, who's our head of mitigation at the PCC Secretariat. And I think with his presentation, most of your questions are going to be answered. And if they're not answered, please don't indulge him, because he can go on for a very long time. And I don't want us to miss out on the institutional arrangements presentation. Where's the money question? Where's the money going? All the climate finance elements, they need to be answered, those questions. So if Steve takes too long, just know that you're not going to know where the money is going, where the money is coming from. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Ntabi Singh. I will try to be as brief as I can, but it will depend on the kinds of questions you guys ask. And just to say so far that thank you for your engagement. We say this every time we engage with the youth, but the future is in good hands, and so we really appreciate it. A quick summary of some of the key points that Mandy made, right? The climate impacts are big. They're really big. Potentially a negative 50% GDP impact by the end of the century, potentially 27% negative GDP impact by 2050. Risks like day zero in Gauteng, 80 million climate migrants. Like, these are things we want to avoid, right? They are risks that are very difficult to manage. And as Mandy said, if we don't move quickly, if we don't do things now, the options narrow. Right? So we have fewer and fewer options over time. And also that there is some climate change already baked in. So we can't avoid climate change, we can just avoid how extreme the climate change will be. And so we have to think about how we adapt even to those levels of climate change and potentially worse. And the key point from a justice perspective is that impacts are the most severe for the poor and disadvantaged groups. Right? And we've spoken about women and children, but there was a whole range of disadvantaged groups that were raised. And so from a justice perspective, we should be trying to avoid these climate impacts as much as we can, right? And the way that we do that is through mitigation. Now, the mitigation risks, as you will see, are also intimidatingly big. But they are way smaller in comparison to the climate risks. And so these are kinds of the debates that we're going to have, and we're going to talk a little bit about how do we think about justice in these mitigation efforts. How fast should we go? How do we think about how fast we should go? What is the NDC, and what is the kind of progress that we're making? So Simpiwe mentioned at the beginning that the NDCs come aligned with the UN with the global stocktake, right? So every 5 years we make a commitment, and before we make the next commitment, we review the science and the evidence and how we are doing, right? And that's the job of the global stocktake. So the global stocktake came out last year and basically said, we've made a difference. I mentioned already we're a degree cooler than we would have otherwise been. But even if we implement all of the commitments we've made, right, we are still on track to somewhere between 2.1 and 2.8 degrees of warming. Remember, Mandy said we warm at twice the rate of the global average, so we would be headed for 4 to 6 degrees. And if you think back to those charts that she showed of the sort of red maps, that's not a good thing, right? And so the message from the global stocktake to every country is we have to be more ambitious than what is already in our commitments. Otherwise, we'll miss our 1.5 degree target. Does that make sense? Then they list a bunch of things that can be done. They talk about tripling renewable energy. They talk about doubling energy efficiency. They talk about deploying a whole range of other energy efficient and zero carbon technologies. And so the question for us is, well, how do we do that? Which technologies? How do we think about these things? So in the UAE consensus last year, they reconfirmed, and we're a signatory to that we will try to stay below 1.5 degrees. And in order to do that, as a planet, we have to reduce our emissions by 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035. Does that make sense? Right? And that's against 2019 levels. So if we apply that to our emissions, so the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory says that our emissions in 2019 were 477, right? If we apply that, we would have to get to 272 by 2030 and 191 by 2035. Does it make sense? Right? But we are a developing economy. That's the global average, right? We would expect to be above the line. Does that make sense? We would expect as a developing country, because of our history, because of our high levels of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, that we would reduce slower relative to the rest of the world, and people like the US and the UK and Europe would reduce faster. Make sense? Now, there's some complications there. Will the US under Trump actually go faster or not? Right? It's a question we'll have to think about a little bit later on. So if we look at what our actual NDC is, right, we are above the line, and quite substantially above the line, right? And one of the debates about what's fair and what's not is how much above the line can we be, right? And so everybody in the world thinks they're special, right? And everybody thinks, oh, we can be above the line. And the more we think that, the less likely we have of staying below 1.5 degrees. So part of the debate that we have is considering all the global activity, what's fair? What should we be doing? And so our commitment as it stands now is we committed, someone asked this online earlier, between 398 and 510. That's our 2025 goal. And then our 2030 goal is between 350 and 420. Does that make sense? Currently, we are at about 450, so somewhere there. So we're well on track to meet the 2025 NDC, right? But then have some work to do to get to the 2030 NDC. And we've just released a report a couple of months back called the State of Climate Action Report. It's part of our monitoring and evaluation function. And we looked at existing policy and how we're doing. And we concluded that we will probably just creep in the top end. Just get to 420, somewhere around there. Hopefully we'll do better, right? We need to kind of double down our efforts because doing better is good for the economy, as it turns out. But that's kind of the range that we will hit, somewhere around 420, hopefully just below. Does that make sense? Right? So then how do we think about, I'm just trying to give us a framework to think about how do we get from there to net zero? Now remember, net zero is not absolute zero, so you'll see that that dot on this chart is not on zero. There are other emissions there that are non-carbon, like methane, but also there are emissions in the economy we're not quite sure how to get out, cement manufacturing and things like that. And so if as a thought experiment, if we just take a straight line, if we try to work out where would our commitment be if we just took a straight line to net zero, somewhere around 60 megatons by 2050. And you'll see that the range then is 278 on the bottom one and 330 on the top end. Does that make sense? So that's a potential range. Just like take a straight line, let's think about as a way of entering the discussion what it might look like. Right? So we get a 2035 range from that. Now you'll remember from those blue lines, blue and gray lines that Simpiwe showed right at the beginning, the shape in the models are not straight lines. they're concave, right? So we would expect the actual range to be a little bit below those straight lines, still above the world average, right? And so this is work that was done by the University of Cape Town for the World Bank as part of a report called the Country Climate Development Report. And what it shows is that in order for us to meet our net zero goals and our fair share contribution, we would need to achieve 58% of our emissions reductions in the decade 2030 to 2040. Right? Does that make sense? We have to reduce now quickly and urgently in order to meet our long-term goals. And we see that in model after model after model, whether it's local or international. So again, just emphasizing you would expect it to be below those straight lines. So if we go and look at the actual studies, and we looked at what's in the JET-IP, we did some modeling with UCT ourselves, there's Climate Action Tracker, there's the National Business Initiative, there's the World Bank studies, there's a whole range of studies that have looked at what are the kinds of areas we would have to hit in 2035 in order to stay on a 1.5 or a 2 degree trajectory. And so you can see the range at the top end. If we're thinking about a 2 degree world, right, we would have to hit somewhere around 390, right? If we want to be 1.5 degree aligned, which is what we've kind of committed to do, we would have to be at this bottom end around 200. But most of the sort of average commitments are somewhere around 260, 280, right? Just below, as we would expect from the shape of the curve, the bottom end of the line. Does that make sense? Just as a way of kind of framing where we think our NDCs should land. So at the bottom end, a 1.5 degree range, we're just above the global reduction level, and at the other end, 2 degrees, we're quite far away. So it's probably too big a range to submit, and so maybe we would submit a range somewhere between 250 and 330. I don't know, that's a process we'll have to run and a kind of debate we would have to have. But it's a useful way for us to kind of map the theoretical framing and what we're seeing in the models, and there's quite a good alignment. So we're still above the global average, but we are, we're providing a range that allows us to move between. Does it make sense? There's a kind of framing. Any kind of questions at this point? One question. This normally like starts a fire sale, but let's try to keep it to a couple of questions. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I heard you talking about the reduction of global greenhouse gas emissions. You said 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035. So as these emissions increase, by what percentage do these predictions more or less change? And then secondly, in terms of the cement production, I heard you say there are other gases that we really can't do anything about. And then you made that example of cement production. So if there are no ways of reducing that, wouldn't alternative ways of construction limit or remove these emissions? Because I know in Sesotho we say, tlwaelo e fetoha moetlo, meaning habits turn into culture. So at some point, vele, as Africans, particularly in this area, we built houses that were temporary out of cow dung and stuff like that. So now, if this way, or maybe my point is, if we start making it a habit, or we start making it fashionable to build houses that are not built of cement, then maybe that can limit the production of cement. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. There's a question here.
Hello. I did ask a question about the target and where we were, and I'm seeing that the 2025 target was between 398 and 510, and the existing target that we have now by 2030, it's 420. Isn't that a bit too much as compared to what we wanted to achieve in 2025?
What do you mean by a bit too much?
420 metric tons are expected for the existing that we can, on the model that you have it, which means by 2030, the existing would be around 420, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm saying, isn't it a bit too much to be around 420 on the existing that we have in now, as compared to the target that we want to achieve?
So we should be lower, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, agreed.
So,
we are behind in our implementation. So this range was very broad, where it would have been impossible to miss it. You know what I mean? Whereas this range is a lot more specific and quite, I mean, you will see as we go on, it's challenging to achieve these targets. It means quite a lot of changes in the economy and how we do things. So that your point about behavioral things, like the changes are big, but we have to remember those changes in the context of what happens if we don't make them. Then we're in this world of serious climate change, right? And so you're weighing up adaptation versus mitigation, you're weighing up the timing of the impacts. You can push these impacts out further, but then they're borne by different generations, right? You lock them in for other generations. So there are all sorts of things that we have to think about in how we achieve our targets. But from a pure economic perspective, the way I think about this is the steeper the line, the more expensive. And in fact, the South African Reserve Bank have recently released a paper on that where they say, what if we leave things until we get to about here, and then we try to get to net zero? That line's just too steep, it can't be done. It's too expensive, it's too disruptive, and so you have to try to spread out those risks and those costs over time. And so the more reductions we can do now, the better. Okay. So can I go on to the next slide and then take your questions, and we'll see if we can creep this thing forward. Okay. So if we look at these charts, right, and we add up our emissions for each year under the line, right, we would get to what's called the carbon budget. Different to the carbon budget that the Climate Act talks about for companies, but the carbon budget for the country. And we think about it in the same way we think about a household budget. If you have 1,000 Rand a month for food, you can't spend 1,500 Rand. You don't have it, right? And so it kind of helps us think about what the carbon expenditure for the economy would be. So that carbon budget under this curve then helps us think about the economy, right? And the question that we are asking ourselves is, what is the best way to hand out that carbon budget to maximize socioeconomic outcomes, right? Create the most jobs, keep the risk levels really low, keep people out of poverty and inequality, right? That's kind of the key question. And it's a choice. We can do it in a whole bunch of different ways, right? We can decide we want to keep coal in the system for longer, because of very real concerns that we have for people living in Mpumalanga in particular, right? That's a choice. But if we make that choice, we have to reduce somewhere else. We have to transition transport quicker. We have to transition petrochemicals quicker, right? And so each of those choices comes with pros and cons, and that's the challenge. So this is work done by the business sector, by the National Business Initiative. This was how they thought about it. All right, so they kind of said, we think that a just transition would be somewhere between 7 and 9 gigatons. And if we carry on emitting in each sector as we are now, that would add up to 11.6 gigatons of carbon, right? That would be our budget. And we would have to make a bunch of different decisions to get to 9 gigatons. And this is how they made those choices. Right? So this kind of reflects that particular study's choices. I just emphasize we could make different choices. And so what are the things that have to happen? Just to give you a sense of how big the changes are, right? In this particular version, they close all coal-fired power by 2040. They switch Sasol to gas according to their goals by 2030 and 2050. In the agriculture and forestry and land use sector, they switch 30% of people to sustainable diets, which means eating less meat, right? Which is, for us, to the behavioral issues, it's impossible to imagine, you know, and the actual numbers are 100 grams of red meat per week. All right. So I gave a talk at a COP a couple of years ago, and I said, South Africa will give up coal before we give up meat, you know. And so just to make the point that in a lot of these things, there are embedded cultural values, to your point. It's hard to change them, right? That you know, we you know, Lobola, like there's a whole bunch of cultural things that are deeply attached to cattle and to livestock in South Africa and Africa in general. And so those are the hardest ones to change. In the transport side, we have to switch 30% of people from private to public transport, right? So less cars on the road. We have to switch 30% of people from road to rail, right? And then to the questions that we've had earlier about spatial planning and spatial design, what you have to be able to do is put people in much more dense settlements. So this idea of a 15 to 20-minute city. Everything I need, work, school, shops, entertainment, parks, are within 15 to 20-minute walk or bicycle ride from your home, right? We're far from that. And part of that has historical sort of apartheid legacies. The spatial planning approach from apartheid means people are taking 3 taxis to get to work. It takes them an hour and a half, right? It's unjust, but also it's expensive, and we would have to fix those things. And so thinking about spatial planning and spatial design is heavily embedded in how we think about transport. Electrification of transport is important, but the last step. We do all of those other things first, and if we aren't able to do that, then you will have unjust solutions. You know? So it is possible for us to transition our economy to one that is globally competitive and net zero, but maintains the existing capital and inequality and poverty and unemployment structural issues that we have now. And then we will have failed, right? And so the opportunity for us, the just transition part, is how do we make these choices about how we allocate the carbon budget so that we have a competitive economy, but also an economy that addresses poverty and unemployment and inequality. So it kind of makes sense. And so what we're discussing in the NDC from a mitigation perspective is, first of all, what's a fair budget? Is it 9? Is it 10? Is it 20? Is it 2? Right? What is a fair budget? And then the second question is, how do we allocate that budget so we maximize socioeconomic outcomes? And again, that's a policy choice. We can do it 100 different ways. Although technology advancements and technology affordability suggest some very obvious ways that we would do first. So it makes sense as a kind of concept and framing. So there were a couple of questions. I think there was one at that table. There's one at that table. You covered. Okay, one here and one there. Do you want to go?
I wanted to find out, since we're talking about moving electric and all, I wanted to find out how can the country, right, accelerate the adoptions of electric cars while ensuring that the electricity grid is capable of handling the increased demand without relying on fossil fuels that maximizes the environmental benefits.
Great. Question over there.
Just a question on your first slide, very basic, but is there a legend for that particular graph? Because I see...
This one?
No. Please go back to the one with the upper bounds and the lower bounds.
Yeah, it's one of these.
Okay, it's not this one, but it is the one that had an indication of the jet IP upper bound.
Oh, this one.
Yes. Is there a legend to just explain, because I see you've indicated some things in red, and I would just like to understand what is the difference between those points and the ones that are in gray. Is there any relevance at all, or is it just...
I can't remember. There was method in my madness when I did it, but I actually can't remember.
Okay.
I don't know. So that's something for me to fix. I'll make them all blue.
But I think there's a story there, but I hope you do remember.
Yeah, give me a chance to think about it.
Okay, sure.
It's a really good point. I'll get back to you at lunchtime. Yeah. On the question about, and there was a question earlier about cement that I didn't answer, and transport, like that's embedded in how we have to solve these problems. So we don't know how to solve the problem of cement, right? If we decide that we're going to just do cement anyway, we add risk, because now we've got more emissions, we don't know what's going to happen in the climate, right? And so we kind of accumulate risk with those kinds of decisions. The other way we could think about it is say, well, what are alternative ways to build structures? And so, for example, in Japan, they build 4-story buildings with wood, no cement. Right? Wood, glass is also a challenge, wood and glass, but they reduce the emissions of their construction sector significantly. So when we think about construction, there are a whole bunch of ways that we can solve these problems, and they're really interesting ways to also be thinking about. Someone asked a question earlier about indigenous knowledge. How do we cool things in these hot environments? Like, how did people cool themselves? And so there are these really interesting architectural examples in the Middle East, where they have these towers in the middle of the buildings that are open at the top, and they basically create convection flow. And so the air flows and cools things down. So there are all sorts of ways we can solve some of these very direct problems. On the EVs and the VRE side, it's a big challenge, right? If we mistime the provision of electricity and the demand from electric vehicles and the demand for liquid fuels, and when we make internal combustion engines and when we make electric vehicles, like that again, you accumulate risk. So the timing of these things is really important. It requires quite a lot of careful planning, and those kinds of thoughts are embedded in the process. Someone asked earlier about CBAM, so you also have trade issues. So if we are not able to produce net zero iron and steel, for example, the trade markets that we typically trade with in Europe will close to us. So then where do we sell that product? On the EV side, the EU and the UK have banned the sale of the internal combustion engine post-2035. Guess where we export 60% of the vehicles we make in South Africa? Right, Europe and the UK. And so if we get the timing wrong of when do we transition our internal combustion engine manufacturing industry to an electric vehicle manufacturing industry, we might not have a market. And then we'll have a transition imposed on us, an unmanaged, unjust transition. So we have to be very careful about those things. At the same time, we don't necessarily agree with the CBAM. Right? As a country position, we think this is not a fair measure, and so we'll push back at it. But the point we made in the business session yesterday is we don't always get to choose what the world is like. Right? So we would love America to be more progressive than they are, but they're probably not going to be for the next 4 years, and so we must deal with that. And we see with CBAMs, EU has a CBAM, the UK has just approved a CBAM, the US is looking at a CBAM, but they already have the Inflation Reduction Act. Australia is looking at a CBAM, Japan is looking at a CBAM. These things are becoming more and more common. And so how we think about our trade competitiveness as we think about our transition is a very important part of the discussion. Do you want a quick follow-up? And then we had a question there.
So I saw that you mentioned that it has to be perfectly timed, right? Perfectly timed, we shouldn't rush the process. But now, if we're perfectly timing it, I wanted to find out how can we effectively balance the economic growth with the urgent need to reduce the carbon gas emission, that industrial development and job creation do not contribute to the exceeding global carbon emission target. So how do we balance those? Since like we can see the poverty rate is also increasing, and we want more job creations, but we're also trying to reduce carbon emissions. So how can we balance that out, since we don't want to miss time any implementations? Thank you.
Good, we'll take your question quickly and then I'm going to carry on.
It's not a question per se, but more of a comment. I think when we were talking about transport, reducing our carbon emission in that area, I think sometimes it's also just highlighting the fact that it's not always about trying to fight the current system, but also trying to actually build a new structure, a new model that actually eventually makes that existing system to disappear, basically, and not serve the community, but then us having an alternative of operation. So I think also having economies within our local settlements, or rather our townships, that are able to provide jobs would actually even stop people from even having to travel far, and therefore like having that carbon emission that is being that we are seeing right now because people have to travel far. And if you were to just go to work by walking, basically where you work is like a mile away, you understand? So also like just bringing those alternatives instead of like fighting the system, but building new structures that fight the system, but also at the same time are sustainable and are fighting the climate change. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I don't know if you've heard this joke, you know. If you want to understand someone, walk a mile in their shoes. Because then you're a mile away and you've got their shoes. I'm going to answer both your questions in basically the same way, right? Do you want to quickly ask your question? Use your mic, please.
Good afternoon. So my name is Gosi Wanofu. I'm a national committee member for SAP's TC107. We're developing course and standards for South Africa green hydrogen sector. My question is, looking at the NDC, there is much discussion about, wind-related and solar-related renewable energies. So the young lady right now, she touched the critical point. Why we're not incorporating technologies like biocoal that allow us to still use our existing technologies? We don't really have to kill off a lot of jobs. We just have to change a few things here and there. Synthetic fuels, synthetic biofuels as well, and so on and so forth. But I'm not seeing that in this discussion about the NDC. Thank you.
Thanks. So you're all more or less pointing to the same issue, right? We have to work out how we transition our existing sectors. And the change is quite significant. But here's the example I use every time. In the power sector, if we manage to achieve a one-for-one job swap so that everybody employed in the coal mining sector and the coal power sector to renewable energy, right? So everybody keeps their job, unemployment in Mpumalanga is still 40%, and youth unemployment is still 60%, right? So it is not enough for us to just do what we have already. We have to do new things. And that idea is economic diversification. What else do we do in our economy? How do we create township jobs? How do we create jobs in rural areas? How do we create jobs in the cities? And how do we kind of connect people to those jobs becomes a key question, right? And some of the things we've talked about already are part of that. People talked about new mining and new mining activities. They were also, though, worried about the impact of those new mining activities, and the reality is where people go, they have impacts, and they are negative normally, and so it's how do we keep those impacts to a minimum, right? And if you look at the amount of resources and minerals that are needed for a renewable economy, there are a fraction of the mineral and resources that are used in a fossil fuel economy, like a tiny portion. So already that impact is lower, but we must acknowledge that there's always an impact. And so we need to do that as responsibly as we can. So yeah, we've talked about all sorts of tech, green hydrogen, new mining, copper, vanadium, manufacturing batteries, SARAM, the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. How do we localize the manufacture of renewable energy components here in South Africa? All of those things have to be done, right? So when we think about allocating the carbon budget, we've got to be thinking about these new things as well. What else is our economy going to do that creates jobs and employment? Okay. So how do we decide, right? How do we decide what is a fair share budget, right? And if we ask people, you'll get 1,000 different answers. And so what we're trying to do is go to the literature and the research to say, well, what is it saying about how we would think about a fair share carbon budget? And just to make the point that we're doing a lot of research and coordinating with lots of universities, and so these are the major sort of buckets that we're doing research in, and we find that when you're trying to make decisions about a just transition, it just gets a bigger and bigger set of research that you have to think about in order to be able to answer these kinds of questions. So we're doing work in climate change modeling. How does wind speed change with climate change, for example? Does it get better? Does it get worse? Turns out it gets slightly worse, particularly in the Eastern Cape. And so what does that mean? You've got to build slightly more renewables, or you've got to build more storage, or you've got to run coal for slightly longer, like trying to understand what are these implications. We've looked at co-benefits and air quality. Simpiwe mentioned that earlier. We've got large-scale economic models. What's happening to exchange rates? How do we think about how each sector in the economy impacts employment? And we've got sector-level modeling. Transport is an area that we're spending quite a lot of time on. We've got to think about microeconomic modeling. So it's all very well to know that this sector is going to grow and this sector is going to shrink, but what's happening at a household level? What's happening to people's income, their ability to afford food, their ability to build skills, right? And so we need more data and information on that. What's happening on the energy model side? So 60% of our emissions just over come from energy. So obviously we do spend a lot of time thinking about energy as a sector, even down to the level of grids. So a lot of people say, oh, you can't put that amount of renewables onto the grid. It's not possible. And so now we've commissioned work to say, well, what would you have to do? If it was 60% penetration, what would you do? If it was 70% penetration, what would you do, etc. And then a big question here is finance. Where does the money come from? How do we fund it? What does it cost us? And we can talk a bit more about that later. And so you'll see these light green blocks are the research we've commissioned as the PCC and are involved in. The darker green blocks are work that have been commissioned by SA Tide, which is a program of National Treasury. And then the lighter blue block is the National Planning Commission. And so we're kind of trying to link up all of these projects so we learn from each other and build a more progressive view. So that's kind of the research context. We've also read a whole bunch of reports that are not ours and try to integrate that into our various perspectives. So question online, and then we'll take one or two in the room. I'm scared of Ntabi Singh. She's going to shout at me just now.
The question is from Sibuso Mohlwayo. Sibuso, I have asked you to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Easiest question.
We can't hear you. No, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for that and the patience as well. So there's all this power reduction, so it causes a lot of power problem. But my answer is just to Steve's question is to how do you create jobs in the rurals? Being a person that lives in the rurals, currently in the rurals right now, the problem here is that most of us, the youth, I would say we are unemployable because we do not know how to use a computer, or we cannot communicate verbally, in English, that's to say. So we need to also be talking about maybe computer literacy classes, as well as fixing the language barriers. I would say that 90% of us in the rurals cannot fix a computer, they cannot use a computer. And in today's world, being like a tech world, that really sets us apart. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. I think that it also points to a challenge we have in the NDC. And people have been giving lots of ideas today that are all important. But the NDC can't be 5,000 pages long, right? It has to signal two things. It has to signal what is our commitment and where do we need support. So in the next round, when we ask for your input into what the NDC should look like, what we're hoping to get from you is what are the principles? What are the things that are principle level decisions? It must be just, as an example. And then there are specific things that we think should be done. Educating rural communities around computers, for example. But we must decide which are those sort of high priority things that we're going to throw our political weight behind. Also a difficult decision, and we've had all sorts of suggestions today. Electric waste is the one that I keep coming back to. So, you know, I agree that all of these things are important, but there will need to be a little bit of a prioritization, at least in the communications. But it doesn't mean that the NDC is the only space that stuff happens. Right? So we just remember the NDCs are very particular political moments globally and locally, but all of these things are important, and we must find other channels to find room for them. There's a question at the back.
Yes, I can't say that this is a question, but I'll just say maybe it's more of a comment.
Great.
So with regards to the transition into EVs, So I was saying that we also should look at the green economy, as you were saying that about whether when you are transitioning, people don't lose jobs and everything. So I was saying that when we look at America, there's this company called Lithium Americas, and they are positioning themselves in Nevada for a long-term project of lithium mining. So if we are going to go into EVs, then we should look to say, are we positioned of ourselves to take advantage of the economy that is presented? Because again, with the electric vehicles, they will need lithium batteries to run. So, and when we look at it in South Africa, they say that we don't have too much deposits of lithium currently. But then perhaps if maybe there was more, we scanned our area more, but then they require resources and also a bit of the private sector. But then government perhaps could make incentives for the private sector to be interested in searching for that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of stuff we need to think about. And in fact, this report written by TIPS is about that. How do we stimulate the local battery manufacturing value chain in South Africa? What do we have to do? Policy skills. And again, to your point, these are often multi-departmental things, right? EVs are Department of Trade and Industry. Lithium mining is mineral resources and mineral and petroleum resources. Having the energy to do it is Department of Energy and Efficiency, right? So just to make the point that these transitions are not easy, right? They require huge amounts of coordination within government, huge amounts of coordinations within stakeholders. And also there's a huge split on opinion on this. Some people will say we deserve a higher carbon budget and therefore we should have more coal mining. Some people will say, no, you got to move coal mining faster. And so there's the challenge that we have to try to reach amongst ourselves is what's our consensus view on what is best for the country. So jumping back into our research, we tried to kind of think about this. And so we worked with the University of Cape Town. They've got a big economic model called SATM-GE. It's an energy economy model linked. And we thought about two different worlds. We thought about a world that moves faster and a world that moves slower. And you can imagine a world that's moving slower, and the emissions are higher, the climate damages are higher, the demand for fossil fuels is higher, right? In a world that's moving faster, climate damages are less, the fossil fuel demand is much lower, prices for fossil fuels are much lower, and so you have some quite interesting interactions. So, and we did this to try to help us think through, well, what these kinds of USA questions. What if the USA goes slower? What if the world goes faster, right? And then we thought about some local things, like what do we want to think about and what can we turn on and off? So do we have energy efficiency or not? Do we have available cheap finance or not? What's happening with CBAM? What's happening with localization? And then the big question, what do we think about budgets? Do we have an unlimited carbon budget? Then what does the economy do? If we have a 9 gigaton budget, what does the economy do? Right? And we ran this model over and over and over, changing the assumptions, pressing different options to try to see what would happen. And it produced the scariest chart of my slide deck, which is coming next, which looks like this. So what's happening here? Every single dot on this chart is one of those model runs, right? And on the vertical axis, we've got economic growth in GDP per capita. And on the bottom axis, we've got the carbon budget, right? There are a couple of things to note. There is no economic gain for a carbon budget above 10 gigatons, right? So 11 unlimited, you still get this kind of flattening off of GDP gain. So that's kind of an interesting benchmark, right? Our no regret option, the biggest possible budget we would choose is 10 gigatons. Remember NBI said 7 to 9, a lot of the international literature says 7 to 9, sometimes lower, and we'll talk about that just now. So that's one thing to think about. So 10 gigatons is a good anchor point. That's kind of our worst case carbon budget. The other thing to notice is as you tighten the carbon budget, as you make the carbon budget smaller, there is a drop in GDP per capita. Kind of expect that, right? Because you're having to spend money to get something done. So for example, if you try to buy an electric vehicle today, No one can afford it, right? Only the very rich can afford it. That's because they're more expensive than an internal combustion engine. That will change over time. But if you want to get people to drive internal combustion engine, electric vehicles now, you've got to incentivize them. Right? It can't really be done without that. And so that costs you a little bit of state expenditure. And so you might expect a little bit of drop in GDP per capita. So it's a slightly contrived example, but just to give you a sense of how that works. And so 10 gigatons maximize economic growth. The other thing that you can think about is all of the scenarios grow the economy. Right? You're investing in the economy, you're creating employment. And so when you start to debate between a 10 and a 9 gigaton budget, you are debating relatively small numbers. So for example, some of the 9 gigaton budgets are growing at 130%, whereas the 10 is growing at 140%. It's about a 10% swing. But the economy is growing. So what that means in reality is that by 2054 or 2053, the 9 gigaton budget has caught up. Right? It's important to think about that. So while it looks like a big difference when you're looking at a single year, over time, you're talking about a couple of years difference. So the other thing that I would say, and this is true about modeling, and it's a common quote, is all models are wrong, right? Some of them are useful. And so modeling and all of these kinds of studies are an input into how do we make the decisions. They're not the decisions, right? And so that's why we try to find as much of this research as we can, and we implore you to also supply us with research. Quick question?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Angela. Just a quick question. And I agree with you, most models are biased. Did you use the SSP to come up with the SSPs?
We did not.
Okay.
So the SSPs are global models, basically run by the UNFCCC. Our framing was this, right? So we tried to use the kinds of logic in the SSP to frame it in a way that was a little bit more accessible for us in South Africa.
All right.
So on the bias part, what we also do is we try to publish all the assumptions and make sure that people are able to access exactly how we're thinking about this and be as transparent as we can. And also to make the point, this was one study. We see this kind of finding replicated in a bunch of studies, but the caveats, this is one study. So another way to think about this, right, is the 10 gigaton budget, right? If I just isolate the 10 gigaton budget, the economy grows over time, right? But there are things that are not in the model, right? For example, the model doesn't really look at trade impacts. It's got some CBAM impacts in there, but it could be broader. It doesn't have climate impact, so it's not accounting for if everybody in the world thinks about the slightly bigger budget, that the temperature and climate impacts will be greater. It doesn't think about pricing externalities like air quality and water availability, right? And if we think about the 9 gigaton budget, there are things that it doesn't model. It doesn't model the new business opportunities that we've been talking about, hydrogen, battery value chains, additional mining. It doesn't model the access to preferential finance. So the stronger the commitment we make, the easier it is to access international support and that capital concession we can use in the market to stimulate things like transitions to EVs. And then it doesn't model the upside of trade. If we can be good at certain sectors, say battery manufacturing, we can export those things, right? And so that suggests that the 10 gigaton budget might be slightly overestimated in terms of growth, and the 9 gigaton budget might be slightly underestimated, right? And so even though the 10 gigaton on the first run, there's no economic growth, we think maybe the evidence suggests that 9 gigatons might even be better. It's certainly closer to 1.5 degree compliant, right? And that's the kind of logic that we're not saying this is how it is, we're just trying to give you a way to think about this. And so if we look at some of the other studies we did, so we did a big study with Cambridge Econometrics. They've got a econometric model that looks at trade across 70-something different countries around the world. And we also looked at what would happen if you added the climate damages, right? And they said, well, you get a 5% swing from the climate damages, and you get a 6% swing on the trade. So that 10%, remember the difference between the 9 and it's kind of already cancelled out just looking at those two things. Right. Then you can add externalities like air quality. So for example, this is one study we did with CSR, just looking at 3 years between now and 2050, the loss in productivity from early deaths as a result of air quality and the healthcare costs and so on could be as much as $30 billion for just 3 years. So they're very real costs to climate change, to air quality, to some of these other externalities that are not in the system. So we're still trying to build this evidence base, trying to check what are the things that are not in the model, what other modeling approaches that we can have. But the kind of evidence suggests that a 9 gigaton budget is probably more economically optimal than a 10, and maybe even an 8. We've kind of got to work that out as a sort of community. So I'm going to pause in a couple of slides to let you ask some questions, but just to make the point, like how do we think about equity, right? So we've thought about this predominantly from a local credibility perspective. What does the economic modeling say about the choices that we can make? And we're making those choices in the context of thinking about poverty, unemployment, and inequality, right? And now we're going to think about the international credibility. Right? Are those questions or are you stretching? Questions, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. First, it's a comment on the EVs, because I think I'm a bit skeptical, but also because maybe it's because I'm just not understanding it. But is it something that's genuinely feasible in South Africa? Because in South Africa, there's a lot of long distance travel and a lot of like driving. So would there be like charging stations? Like, do we have the infrastructure for that? Like, for example, if I go from Pretoria and I'm going to KZN, will my 2 million rand EV make it? Like, will we make it? And then another one is on just a question that do we have an estimate on how much it would take to transition certain jobs, like especially in mining and in areas like Mpumalanga, because I know with like renewables, like a lot of the jobs aren't necessarily long-term. So is there like an estimate on how much it would actually take? Because I think in some countries, I think it was in Germany, if I'm not mistaken, where they said it took up to like R1 million or euros or something to transition people into like the renewable space.
Okay, and last question here.
Minor comments. So firstly, starting with EVs and lithium-ion batteries. Yes, EVs are visible in South Africa. IOL published an article about that. We can look it up. There is charging infrastructure that are coming into place. There's an organization called Zero Charge. Larry Saventa, you can look it up, and the organization, they're doing extensive work to establish charging stations across South Africa. Kanye is also looking into playing out the EV technologies in terms of commercial vehicles and transportation in that aspect. Now, coming to localizing the EV sector, firstly, when we're looking at lithium batteries, or specifically lithium, nickel, magnesium, cobalt battery, South Africa has a huge potential to actually manufacture that. And not just a technological aspect as well, but we have good relations for resource, sourcing resources. We have good relationships with the DRC, with Zambia, which is basically the Kolwezi belt. Most of the cobalt that goes to China comes through South Africa, and Glencore operates 12 of the 19 cobalt mines in the DRC. So there are also discussions about this on establishing a lithium-ion base, industry in South Africa. There's already a few manufacturers that are manufacturing EVs, lithium-ion batteries for EVs in SA. And in that aspect, I think the PCC, obviously you guys would, but in the future discussions you have in the transportation sector, particularly VW to me stands out. The European Union, I think the Commission, I don't remember the exact figure, but I believe it's around the range of 148 billion euros for battery technology development in Europe because of the challenges they're facing with China and artisanal mining of cobalt in the Congo. South Africa can actually help them achieve that goal and access some of those capital to develop our industries locally. We have the skills, we have the resources, etc. And VW can be our leading front to that. So if VW, let's just play a scenario. If Glencore is to supply VW with the required minerals, VW establishes a manufacturing plant to manufacture EVs and EV batteries in Pretoria, and then we export that, it's a win-win for everyone. You know, Europe meets the target they want, we secure our automotive manufacturing industries, we create jobs and so on and so forth. If I may stretch a bit, sorry, Steve, just the last point. Going to the military sector, it's very crucial for us to start thinking about how military activities affect climate change and how the military can help curb the effects that will come from climate change. Very critical, and not enough discussion is being held about that. With that being said, there are many innovations coming in that aspect. So for the brother talked about the military aspect. About 3 years ago, I was at Paramount Group's aerospace manufacturing plant in Vonderbom. They recently moved from the Bob to Vonderbom at the time, and they're manufacturing the Mwari stratosphere aircraft. Sorry. Now, in plain other innovation, they actually decided to source most of the minerals from the moon to stop polluting from the Earth's surface. And there's a lot of, how will I say, EV technology is going into that, and unmanned aerial vehicle technology is going into that, but mainly EV based. So there is a lot of innovation going in. Sorry, Steve, for taking so much time.
So that last point is the right point, right? There's a lot of innovation, and South Africa has to think about what are our skill sets, what are our resources, and how do we leverage those in order to be competitive in this market? I mean, on the EVs question, I'd love a ride in your 2 million rand EV. That would be great. But the EVs are feasible, as you were saying. There are charging stations you can actually drive. So there's a group of government, DTIC and other invited guests who actually drove from Durban to Joburg to Bloemfontein, I don't know the exact route, to Port Elizabeth to Cape Town. No problems, right? Charging does take slightly longer than filling a tank, but not significantly longer. It's not going to make your journey double the time. But there's also a huge opportunity there. In order for us to have a good fleet of electric vehicles on the road, we'd need about another 350,000 charging points around South Africa by 2030. And so that's an opportunity, right? Creates jobs and also then helps us to transition to EVs. I'm going to jump on. I know there's still questions in the room, and happy to talk about some of these concepts over lunch. I want us to think a little bit about sort of global equity, and this might shock some of us a little bit. But the first study is done by the World Bank. We have to all reduce. So some people think that, because we're a developing country, we can increase our emissions. That's not the case. If developing and middle-income countries continue to emit at the rate that they are, we would be well above 2 degrees. Everybody has to reduce. We can just reduce slower, right? And we've talked about carbon budgets for the economy as a whole in South Africa. But that comes from very solid science around carbon budgets globally. Right? And so this is one study that looks at what is the carbon budget left with a 50% likelihood, flip of a coin, for us to stay below 1.5 degrees. And it's 275 gigatons left, right? If we want to stay below 1.7 degrees, it's 625. If we want to stay below 2 degrees, it is 1,150, right? And that was at the beginning of 2024, right? We emit at the rate of about 40 gigatons a year. So we've only got 235 left, right? So that's how quickly we're eating it up. And that's why urgent and drastic action is needed. But let's think about that 9 gigatons, right? So if we think about that as a fair share, So South Africa contributes about 0.5 to 0.6% of global GDP, and we have about 0.7 to 0.8% of the global population, right? An 8 gigaton budget would represent 3% of the global budget. A 10 gigaton budget would be 3.6% of the global budget at the beginning of 2024 for 1.5 degrees. Is that fair? We're basically saying we deserve 4 to 5 times our GDP contribution as a share of the global carbon budget. Right? If everybody says that, 4 degrees. Right? At 1.7 degrees, it's about 1.3% of the global budget at the 8 gigaton level and 1.6% at the 10. And at 2 degrees, we're looking at sort of 0.7, 0.8%, much closer to our contribution, right? So a 9 gigaton budget is probably too much for us to really justify 1.5 degrees. It's probably too little because we should be allowed to grow for 2 degrees. So this is my personal opinion now, we're probably setting targets that are more aligned with 1.7 degrees than 1.5, right? We'd have to be on the lower end of that range, getting to 7 or 8 in order for us to be 1.5 aligned. Just as it's not super scientific way of thinking about it, but just as a way of benchmarking it for ourselves. This is another study called Climate Change Tracker, and there for a 50% chance of staying below 1.5 degrees, they give the carbon budget at 200. For a 66% chance, so we're increasing our chance, we're decreasing the amount of carbon we emit, right? That would be the relationship. We would need to stay below 150. Does it make sense? The implication of this is that we're probably not going to stay below 1.5 degrees, unfortunately. So from an adaptation perspective, we're starting to get into those much higher impacts. The problem with the way the Paris Agreement is framed, and when I talk to people, is people think it's either 1.5 or 2. So if we miss 1.5, we go for 2, right? But that's not the way to think about it. Every 10th of a degree matters. If we miss 1.5, we go for 1.6. If we miss 1.6, we go for 1.7, right? And remember, the Paris Agreement is framed as well below 2 degrees. It's a bit vague. What's well below? 1.9 is not well below, I think. 1.8 maybe. So we got to try to stay, Paris Agreement range is 1.5 to 1.8. So we got to try to, and obviously you got to try to get as close to 1.5 as you can. The other thing that people don't fully get is that South Africa is a big emitter. So we're different to other developing economies in that way. And this is one study that was done by Carbon Brief, which shows that we are in the top 20 emitters historically in the world. Currently 16th, their estimate is 16th. Even if you adjust those emissions for emissions we sold to other countries, right, embedded in products we sold to them, we're still in the top 20. We dropped 2 places to 18th. So when we think about responsibility for damages and climate damages, we're in the top 20 most damaging countries in the world. But we are also the highest poverty, inequality, unemployment in the world. How do we trade that off, right? I don't have the answer, but that's the kind of debate that we're having. But here's one study, and again, I stress it's one study that looked at who must pay in for loss and damage and who gets to receive. Guess where we are? We're paying in, according to this study, right? We think in our minds we're going to be on the receiving end, right? But actually, because we're a heavy emitter, we may be on the pay-in end, right? And so they reckon we've used 1.4 of what our fair share would be, right? Of course, people like USA, you can't actually see it on this chart, but the USA is up there somewhere. They're even more responsible, USA, Europe, you know. And then last point on this is just to say that everybody's in the same boat. Everybody has to take these drastic and urgent reductions. And if we don't, we're going to miss our 1.5 degree target, maybe even our 2 degree target. But it's not just South Africa. So everybody has to wrestle with these ideas of how do I allocate the budget? What's a fair share budget? And if we all think we're special, we're going to miss it, right? And so one of the rules that simply we put up right at the beginning, our NDC has to be what we think is fair for us, but also represent our best effort. And how we measure what our best effort is, of course, a bit qualitative, but it's important. The other question I often get asked is, how are other countries doing? This question about, well, the US, they're doing this, and what does that mean for us, right? So this is a group called Climate Action Tracker, and they track NDCs of countries around the world, not every country, but quite a nice chunk of them. And they rank South Africa's NDC as insufficient. In other words, it's not aligned with 1.5 degrees, right? But they do say that the lower bound is aligned with 1.5 degrees, but the upper bound is more aligned with 2 degrees. Which is also very important for why we need to get as close to the bottom end, the 350 part of our NDC, if we want to be compliant with 1.5 degrees, right? And this is their view of a fair share. What's the rest of the world doing? Nobody is 1.5 degree aligned, right? And we'd expect that. Remember what the global stocktake said. It said that we're heading for 2.1 to 2.8 degrees. And that's because our cumulative NDCs are not adding up to the reductions that we need. And so we need to make them more ambitious. Everybody must make them more ambitious. But you'll see there are a few that are almost sufficient. They're typically countries with quite a lot of forests. There are a range of countries, including us, Australia, the US, Europe, that are insufficient. And then there are a couple of places that are highly insufficient, India, China, and others. And then there's some that are critically insufficient. So that's kind of the global context, right? And the question that we kind of ask ourselves at this point, well, if the other countries are going slower, I'm also going to go slower, right? But remember what the economic models showed. Economic models show that actually if we move a bit quicker, there could be benefits for us. But we actually have to deliver on those things. So if we close the coal mines, but we haven't built the renewable energy, and we haven't localized the renewable power, and we haven't transitioned to EVs, well, then we're just closing power and losing jobs. So we have to really actively think about and invest in the things that will create opportunities for the people of South Africa. Does it make sense? And that's the debate. And people have different thoughts about it. And part of what we're trying to do is help you have some tools to be able to engage in the debate. So on that website, there's a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm not going to go through all of this in detail. You will get the pack so you can have a look at it. So that's the framing. So that's, I'll take a quick couple of questions, then I want to hand over to Christelle to wrap up for us. There's a question here, and it's a lot. Let's start here and then here.
Are we only thinking about what the Paris Agreement requires of us? Because, of course, that's a political agreement, but the newest best available science says actually that 1 degree is already, or 1.5 is already disastrous. Do we take that into account? Or?
So it is... we should be trying to keep temperature increases to the very least we can. 1.5 is so there was the UN produced a report called the Special Report on 1.5 degrees, and in that they concluded that once you go above 1.5 degrees, to Mandy's earlier slide, your options decrease, you drastically increase your risk, and you drastically increase your uncertainty. And you start to create the risk of tipping points that Mandy also referred to. So you cross thresholds from which you cannot come back, right? And so you lock in a certain temperature increase. So that's the logic, right? So ideally we'd be staying below 0 degrees. We're already at 1.1, 1.2 degrees. Looking at those slides I've just showed you, it's highly unlikely we'll stay below 1.5. 1.6, I mean, it's still vaguely possible, right? So we should go for it. 1.6 we can definitely achieve. And so that's what we should be going for with everything we can, globally. And that then obviously has consequences for us locally. So we think about it, but in the practicalities of the world, you know, unfortunately, the election of certain countries and the results that it means for the actions they will take puts 1.5 out of reach. It's the unfortunate reality. Okay, there was a question here, and then we'll go to that table and then that table.
It was just basically to fix the, the concept of what we call electrical vehicles, because I think, as you said, that it's a quick transition, but as I think also as a suggestion is that since we're complaining about lithium, mining of lithium, why can't we develop a non-lithium based battery? Like, for example, sodium ion, right? Sodium ion is found from rock deposits like glass manufacturing, like Tron. We can find that. We can use seawater to develop like sodium ion to produce that. And let's remember that there's different types of electrical vehicles. Hybrid does not require to be plugged. It uses both a motor engine and it's both electric, so it charges on the go. So those are one of the solutions we have. And then for the plug-in, that's when we plug. So we create more opportunities by allowing our individual youth to create a solution based off sodium ion. When we use sodium ion, it's easy to integrate and it's cost effective because sodium ion is found everywhere. 80% of the earth is made out of seawater. So it's best to find a solution that everyone can use, which is going to be cost effective because we're not going to import anything. We're just using our natural resources.
Yeah, so these research and innovation things are critical. The more solutions we can find, the better. There's a question there, and then there, and then there.
So I have, Chad Dawkin, B Visioneers Mercedes-Benz Fellow, and I'm originally from Durban. I have one general climate theory question, and then a more focused question. My first question relates to some of the thresholds we were talking about. So specifically, the disruption of the thermohaline cycle with regards to, fresh water being dumped off from polar ice caps melting. I was wondering if there's a timeline. I know it was a horror story a while back. Is there any specific? Would you say in the next 5 to 10 years we could see that happening? Yeah.
I would be lying if I told you I knew what the timeline would be. I don't think anyone really does. What we are seeing, so the things to track, right, is what they call the assessment reports. So every couple of years, the UN release these reports called the assessment reports, and they are the summaries of all of the available global science on climate change. And we are currently on AR6, Assessment Report 6, which was released beginning of last year. And the year prior, they kind of released them in volumes. And what we see in those reports is an increase in risk over time. So the science is becoming more and more certain that the risks over time are getting worse. And we see that the timelines of risks are getting sooner. So where we thought some things would happen in 2050, they're happening now. Right, but no one knows exactly how these big risks will play out. There are a couple of research institutions in the US that think some of the really drastic risks, like the reversal of ocean currents, are getting more and more likely, but no one can say exactly when. And so again, it just emphasizes you need to move now.
And a short question, just to follow up. If a group of individuals were interested in starting an organization that specifically deals with the adaptation, mitigation, and action around implementation and remediation of climate change, what do you think, in general, just broad strokes, would be the first thing to look at in terms of action?
Sure. There's so much. It would depend on what you are most interested in, I would say. I would say there's no shortage of opportunity for things that need to get done. I think where there's less activity that is worrying is working with local communities. And so, especially on the economic diversification side, how do you work with communities to help them understand their development opportunities? What would they need? What kind of support they would need? I would say there's a huge gap there, but there could be anything. There's gaps everywhere. Yeah. Thanks. There was a question here and a question there, and then I think I'm going to have to hand over to Christelle so that you can at least get something to eat.
Hi, Steve. I have a question around, the trillion investment needed that's been going around of recent. that, including myself, state that. But yeah, so like, what is the criteria for collaboration? And in saying that as well, I think we also have to mention that a barrier that young people face is not just funding, but it is knowledge exchange. So you do work with academia, they have the knowledge, they hold it. You know, what sort of collaboration opportunities exist there so that we make sure that, you know, we are aligned with what it is that you're doing, but at ground level to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
So I'm going to leave the finance question to Christelle, but just to say that we need a lot of funding for all sorts of things. And that funding is related to risk, right? So some things are easier to fund because they're certain. There's going to be cash flow, and some things are much harder to fund. And typically the measures that are difficult to fund are the ones related to adaptation and just transition, because they don't fit into the standard cookie cutter finance model of, well, I'm going to make, you know, 100,000 Rand a year, and therefore I can pay the loan back in this. They're much more complicated, right? The returns are not direct. There might be, if I build the capacity of a community, they will create X amount of jobs, and that will create tax revenue, and that will pay off, you know, that link is less certain. And that's the challenge. But Christelle will talk about that in some detail. On the sort of kind of communications and collaboration, you know, the PCC is 35 people, and so we try to do everything, but we're kind of constrained, and so we actually believe in this idea of collaboration. So one of the programs we have, which is run by my colleague Devon, is around rural and not necessarily rural, peri-urban economic diversification and collaboration. And we have this thing called the partnership implementation model. And the question is, who do we need to get involved to solve these problems? And then we try to create those spaces that people can collaborate. Can't talk about it in too much detail here, but happy to engage with people afterwards, and you can find information on our website. Okay, there were 2 questions at this table, and then I'm going to stop.
Hello, this is loud. I'm Charmaine, and I'm a social impact analyst. I've got a comment and a question. My comment is with regards to EVs. We saw that in October we had the Smarter Mobility Summit, where the first electric minibus was unveiled. So there is that development in terms of in the EV space, but it is estimated that South Africa is 20 years behind in terms of transport infrastructure, so there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And then my question is, does the PCC intend to conduct community engagement programs in terms of JET, just to get the community involved in terms of what is JET, how does it affect them, and how can they get involved? Thank you.
Thanks. Let's take the other question and then I'll wrap up.
So my question is, you spoke a lot about the urgency for us to take on opportunities and so on. But I'm just thinking that, is there no room to like consider the rate that we are moving as well? At least we find ourselves in a transition that is not just, but it just being a transition, right? Because I'm thinking even with the energy transition that we're trying to take on even now, considering the fact that we don't even have built-in structures or even the equipments that are needed to even build solar panels, but we're importing everything in order to build this, and also just thinking around how many opportunities or other opportunities that lie there in terms of like job opportunities and so on. So I'm also just trying to also envision your thinking as the PCC, or rather your position in terms of even the investment in these new sectors that we're trying to build, it either being the private sector or the government, and noting that if it is the government who is to be pushed for these investments, it would rather put in the position of society being more considered in terms of like us actually having a just transition instead of like having more of a private sector investment kind of an ordeal whereby there's just a lot of conflicts, I think, in that sense, in terms of ensuring the better result for society instead of like just a few, and rather actually exacerbating the inequalities that we are seeing within South Africa. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks. Yeah, so on the community engagement side, we do community engagement and trying to do the same kinds of things that we do here, building capacity of stakeholders. It is a long-term thing, right? And so we've got to keep going back and keep engaging. The PMU, the project management unit of the JET-IP, also do engagement with local communities. Do I think it's enough? I don't. We would love to do more, and we have plans to do more, and the same with other groups. Right? We think we need to do more engagement with the youth. We need to do more engagement with women and children. There are a whole bunch of things that need to be done that we are working towards. I would be the first to admit we're not doing enough yet, but we're building. Would be my honest answer. This idea of justice, right, is what you're pointing to, and I'm going to close with how I opened. How we think about this depends on how we think about justice. And the president has this phrase that he uses, that we will transition at the pace and scale we can afford that ensures our energy security, something like that. But how you think about that is really complicated, and what we've tried to introduce you here today is all those things, right? So our instinct is to move faster will be unjust. But actually the evidence shows the faster you move, the more justice, right? Because of things like you avoid climate impacts and air quality impacts, because of the opportunities that it creates in the economy, right? As long as you create those opportunities, to the point I made earlier, if you move fast and you don't create those alternative opportunities, well, then you will have unjust outcomes. And so we have to rather move fast across a range of things. Move fast in reducing our emissions, move fast in building other alternate opportunities, diversifying our economy, move fast in our R&D and our technical research. All of those things have to happen simultaneously, and there's some risk and some uncertainty in it. But we just have to keep everything, the difficulty is keeping everything in our head at the same time. If we move too slowly, we end up with higher temperatures, right? And so then there's justice elements of that. If we move too slowly, we have worse air pollution. There's justice elements of that. And some of those things are really hard to value. You know, the question of what is a life worth? So if 2,500 people die a year earlier than they should because of air pollution and lung disease, what are those lives worth, right? So unbelievably complicated question to answer. And so that's the challenge we have, right? And that's what we're hoping to try to kind of stimulate the debate on. What is that pace and scale that we can afford? What is it that we want for our country and our people? So easy question for you to think about on Saturday afternoon, and you know, it's a really easy way to spend your Saturday. But I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to invite Christelle to come up and talk for a little bit about, Toby Singh was over there. And Toby Singh will do the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. You stuck to the 90 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm hearing a lot of questions about how do we engage more with the communities, partnership, and it's also the same questions that we're seeing on Zoom. And I would just like to say that we are really having a pilot here. We're using you as test subjects. There's somebody who asked in the online platform if there's, accreditation for this session. We would really like to hear more of your comments. And if you have any comments specifically around the NDCs and, the process that the PCC is undertaking, you're welcome to send us, comments on email. The email address to use is mitigation@climatecommission.org.za. And those who have more questions around how we can partner with the PCC, if you want us to come and, run an awareness campaign in collaboration with you, come and speak at a school, for instance. We're open to, such engagements. You can email us at info@climatecommission.org.za. And before I hand over to Christelle, who will be giving us an overview of the institutional means of implementation related to, climate finance I want us to speak about money a little bit concerning those of us in the room. There are people who've requested assistance with transport. Eloise is not in the room. There's a lady called Eloise. She was sitting over there. Or you can also speak to the very vocal Lupumlo there. They are the ones who are responsible for your transport reimbursement. And at the end of Christelle's session, we have lunch that's been paid for using South African taxpayer money. And if you do not consume that lunch, we'll be in trouble with the Auditor General. So please do take time. You'll have more time to engage with people like Steve. We also have Jürgen in the room. We have Lebohang in the room. They're also part of the PCC team. If you have any questions for any of us, we have an hour that we've dedicated for networking while we have lunch. And on that note, I hand over then to Christelle, who is our Climate Finance and Capital Markets Manager in the PCC.
Thank you for the introduction, Tabiseng. Good afternoon, everyone. I have to say I am incredibly impressed by this room, just being part of the discussion and listening this morning. And with the room, I mean the online participants as well as the people in the room. It's very clear that the youth is switched on and they are tuned in. And it really does give me hope, especially in terms of the presentation that I'm going to make now. So I'm the Senior Technical Advisor with the PCC Secretariat, and I work specifically in the Climate Finance and Innovation team. I'm going to take you through what we refer to as the means of implementation. So throughout the morning, you've heard both on adaptation and mitigation side, we have a specific set of tools that we can apply to reach our mitigation and our adaptation goals. So I'll be talking you through this means of implementation. I'll talk a little bit about the context of climate finance as it applies to the global architecture or ecosystem, climate finance ecosystem, as well as locally. And then if there's time, I will take you through some of the projects and the research work that we are doing within the PCC. So I think as a way to also summarize and focus, the PCC at its core advises on the country's climate change response, and we support a just transition to a low carbon, climate resilient economy and society. The reason I'm emphasizing this is that in a way we are designing the society in which we all live currently and that you will face going forward in terms of your lives and your professional lives. And in doing so, it is essential for us to understand what we have at our disposal to build this society. So it's really important, critically important, that we leverage our full suite of tools or all the means at our disposal to not only achieve the mitigation and the adaptation ambitions that you were seeing or that you saw this morning displayed very clearly based on deep scientific analysis and understanding, but that we really leverage what we have in our current climate finance system. So what do we have to work with? Firstly, we have our financial resources. So this refers to climate finance that is currently ongoing within the current ecosystem in South Africa. We need the development and the deployment of context-relevant technologies. And I think the questions that we've had this morning and the discussion really emphasized the technological development and the ability and capacity of technologies that we develop in South Africa to be able to implement the just transition and take the just transition forward. And there are a couple of concepts there. It's really to make the best use of the technologies that we have. And in terms of the pace and the rate of transition, it's also critical to understand that some technologies can jettison us into a much more, or it can really take us forward very quickly in terms of achieving some of our mitigation goals. In addition to that, we need to really incubate and contextualize and consolidate intellectual property around all these wonderful ideas that we heard in the room this morning, but that is already being undertaken in the country. You've seen the reports, you've seen a lot of the work that is currently being done, but to really make sure that that is solidified within the context of South Africa. And then to critically build capacity and to support the enabling environment. So we would often say at the PCC, we're not an implementation agency, we support the implementation of. So in the climate finance team, we work directly with the commercial banks, we work directly with the multilateral development banks, we work directly with the DFIs, we work with the private sector, the public sector, with National Treasury. So that is our audience or our playing field. So I wanted to give you some examples, and these numbers were floated during the course of the morning. The 8.5 billion that we've heard about emerged as a financial resource from the International Partners Group, and that was at COP 2016. This 8.5 billion is under the auspices of the Just Energy Transition Implementation Plan and Investment Plan. And this money is currently being dispersed in the country, and the PCC is working very closely with the PMU to ensure that this money is being distributed correctly and in the best way to achieve mitigation, adaptation, and social impacts. In terms of context-relevant technologies and intellectual property, it's important to look at some of our global partners and the work that's being done by the UNFCCC. There they have the Technology Executive Committee on Climate Technology and the Center for Networking in terms of promoting sustainable technologies and taking that forward. We're working closely with them and a number of the entities promoting technologies in South Africa, the CSIR, the DTIC are working towards this framework and working into this. In addition, capacity building and setting up the correct enabling environment. Here we are working with DFIs, for example, GIZ and KFW, that is supporting specifically at a decentralized level provinces, communities, local authorities, and going so far as to work with SMMEs to bring innovative and novel ideas to the party. So I think it's important to understand that in terms of the pledges that are currently being made, a current pledge or situation that we face is to navigate in this complicated world. So I indicated previously that we are building and designing our society. So what we need is we have these means of implementation. We have a lot of current climate finance modalities that we can use, and we need to structure this finance. So who we work with, what we finance, the type of finance that we attract, how do we define risk, how do we work with grants, how do we lever the system, and then to build that into and onto our societal goals that we want to engage in. So currently the understanding is that the developed world has really fallen short and failed to live up to promises that have been made at previous COPs. And just a couple of examples, there was the $100 billion US dollars per annum that was pledged. We only reached that quantum in 2023, so that was only last year. It was already pledged in 2016, so these pledges are very slow to come on board so that we can bring that into our domestic economy and disperse on that. The loss and damage financing that we spoke about this morning was only acknowledged at COP28. And there we see some new initiatives that are coming up. For example, in Barbados, the Bridgetown Initiative that is looking at a summit on a new financing compact to address mitigation and adaptation going forward. I'm not going to talk through the rest. I want to take you into some of the examples that we are actually undertaking. So within our own context, however, so we've spoken about the developed world falling short in supporting developing countries, but in South Africa, we've taken great strides. So if you look at the PCC website, you will see the Just Transition Framework. That is the guiding principle that we follow in terms of our finance work and how we direct our different means of implementation, so capacity building, finance, technology work. That framework is available. You can have a look at that. Also, I've mentioned that in COP 2016, the International Partners Group came online with their pledge that is currently being implemented by the JET, so that's the 8.5 billion. And then this work is underpinned by the work that the PCC is also doing in terms of creating finance mechanisms and finance frameworks that coordinate finance and the pursuit of financing these goals in South Africa. Another amount that Steve referred to is the 1.7 trillion rand that was announced by the president during his SONA that is required to finance the transition that is underway in South Africa. So, and later on, I will show to you exactly what the quantum of finance is and where we are today in terms of finance. So, moving on to some of the estimates of accounting for the amount of investment that is being required. So we've set the framework for climate finance in South Africa, but quantifying the actual investment need, we're calling on sources from global and local sources. So you will see the amounts outlined on the slide. If we look at the economy-wide 9 gigaton budget that Steve referred to, that's underpinned by the UCT modeling, we're looking at around 14 trillion rand to finance that. All of the numbers that you see on the screen are in the trillions. So specifically, if you look at the JET IP for 2030 to 2050, if we look at the 1.5 trillion that is required and that is needed, as I've just indicated. In addition, we are also looking at the climate response fund, and in terms of the climate change work and modeling done by the World Bank, there's a further 8.4 trillion that is required. So what we are seeing here is that the need for finance is absolutely immense, and there's no way that the South African government or the private sector will be able to meet this and to be able to finance these ambitions and these goals that we have. So what do we do? What are our options when we know that we cannot finance that? One of the solutions that we spoke about was to create what is called a virtuous loop or a virtuous cycle in the economy. So as a team or as the PCC, we here refer to, so we've referred to the quantity or the quantum of finance that is required, that you've just seen, that is needed for the carbon budgets. But also what we refer to specifically is the quality of finance that is required. And the quality of finance speaks to a couple of things. Firstly, it speaks to the ability of the current finance in the system and the current budgets to lever or attract different types of additional finance and revenues that are either in the system or need to come online as we pursue international partnerships. But it also refers to the ability of government and the current climate finance ecosystem to effectively disburse the money and to absorb these capital pledges that are coming through from international partners. So in this slide, what we wanted to show to you is that in terms of using the modalities that we have, so we talk about grants, we talk about concessional loans, we talk about private investment, DFIs, and the role of government. So typically our position is that we don't support the idea of taking on debt to finance consumption, because that could displace and use funds that could be put towards funding climate justice and the impacts around mitigation and adaptation. So it is a constant decision-making process. It is a trade-off that needs to be made in the decision-making around climate finance. So going further, the climate finance ecosystem in South Africa requires both innovation and systemic intervention. So typically, the just components that we spoke about, the climate impacts that are not being factored into climate models, are seen as high risk. Steve just spoke to that. So these are projects and critical livelihood projects on the adaptation side that are not currently featured as immediately bankable. And typically we would also engage de-risking measures, or commercial entities will assign risk where there's potentially a market failure, for example. And this is really where things get interesting in terms of how do we balance those trade-offs. So where do we use grant money? Where do we attract concessional finance? And what type of partnerships do we build with MDBs, with DFIs, and bringing in sorry, I didn't move the slide, and bringing in National Treasury and our own DBSA and sources in this discussion. So on this virtuous cycle, or a potential virtuous cycle of climate finance flowing freely in this ecosystem between government that works directly with, so it's the national government that works with donor governments and also with local authorities and municipalities to ensure that climate finance and the requirements for climate finance and the impact roll down into where it makes an actual difference. We are talking through finance, the actual international finance. The distinction there is how do we play off, or how do we create partnerships between national, public, international and private finance. And then how do we employ all of these modalities to really get project developers to start coming online with projects that will actively meet the mitigation and adaptation goals. And there what we need, you'll see in these virtual cycles, is where issues like skills development, capacity building, technology investment, ensuring that there's stability through policy signals. And if that is the case, you would have projects that are properly packaged, that attract finance, that then go revenue stream for government. So those are the types of virtuous cycles that we are looking for. So just taking you through the relationship between risk, financial instruments and cash flows. On this slide, you will see on the x-axis, we are looking at the stages of project development. So especially when we talk about innovation and we talk about the need to transform and to transition immediately, what needs to be done in the short term versus what needs to be done in the long term, and how do we follow that project development curve and the balance between understanding risk and making sure that we do promote climate finance in the process. So typically early on in the process, you'll see at the research and development stage, this is where you will work with philanthropy, you will work with angel investors or venture capitalists. So this is where there's a good concept. The point has been made that there might be really good impact in terms of your social deliverables as well as your climate impact. So for quite a number of adaptation projects would sit in this space. But the risk is high. So typically we would look at then using grants or a component of grant funding, some concessions, some incentives in this process. So on the horizontal axis, you will see how the blend of the different finance instruments and the blend of risk in financing these specific projects then increase. So as you move to the middle of the curve, where you look at, for example, risk mitigation projects that are more mainstream and that the market has already adjusted to, this is where you can bring in some of your guarantees, You can bring in some of the more mainstream and tried and tested financial instruments. So in all of this, what we refer to is blended finance, and you will hear that term very often. And really, we apply this in the way to de-risk and also to bring down the cost of capital so that we can take more projects through this process, make them viable, and attract finance that will then pay into or create revenue streams in the broader economy. So concluding on that, I'm actually going to skip a couple of slides to save on time. I want to take you through some of the work that's been done by the PCC in this regard. So typically, we've structured niche projects within the climate finance and finance sectors in South Africa. And what we see is that a lot of the work that we do require coordination at a national, regional, and local level. And we've adjusted and developed programs to address this type of coordination and putting together different finance platforms and finance partnerships within the country. So the first is the Just Energy Transition Implementation Plan or Investment Plan. We've spoken about that. There's already the 8.5 billion pledge towards that. Supporting that work, the PCC engaged in or developed the Just Transition Finance Mechanism. And these different mechanisms really play a different role in the industry. So wanting to make sure that we drill down climate finance to municipalities, the JET IP, for example, focuses on capacity building at municipal level, and it focuses, or it will focus going forward, on a key grant component. The JTFM is really what we refer to as a matchmaking framework. So this is where we aim to bring together climate finance or financiers with viable projects, so project development, pipeline development. And this is really a process of aggregation and scaling. So if you think about that project development curve, the JTFM will take projects through that curve in terms of scaling that up. Then also referring to the climate change response framework. And I think this piece of climate finance work is really getting to the heart of what we have spoken today, and that is to how do we finance and how do we successfully de-risk the just components and the climate finance impact or the climate impacts associated with adaptation. So the CCRF emphasizes the challenges of funding some of these low return, very high risk projects. And then in combination of these modalities and these finance structures, we apply innovative thinking, we assess the market, we build partnerships to then take this work forward and innovate further. Another point that I think would be of interest, just want to get to that slide, is the role of international and domestic climate finance to support South Africa's just transition. So critically important here is we've undertaken research that is currently ongoing. It is from 2023 to 2025 to understand what the climate finance flows in the country are. So really unpacking what type of climate finance is coming into the country, how is it being dispersed according to public and private investments, what are the typical instruments used to disperse this funding and finance into the economy, whether the sources were domestic or international, how it was applied, so was it used for adaptation and for mitigation, and ultimately in which sector did this finance then land up. And I think it's very important to note that of this 2023 baseline, the quantum of climate finance in South Africa is around 131 billion rand. So if you keep in mind, 130.6 billion rand, if you keep in mind the amounts that we've noticed on both the carbon budgets, the amount required for the JET, the amount that is currently in play for the just energy transition, you can see that this is a drop in the bucket. We have a long way to go. very important to note that, we had some questions around the private sector, is that the deal making and the investment in this analysis is over 90% is being carried and undertaken by the private sector in South Africa. So critically important to use the private sector to see how do we attract further climate finance, but then also how do we bring in public sources to start and create blends that really are effective towards reaching our NDC ambitions. And the other point that I wanted to emphasize is the almost mismatch in terms of what the amount of money that is going towards funding mitigation versus adaptation. So again, over about 85% of the current climate funding is going into mitigation, and a very small amount is earmarked for adaptation. So what we will do is we will update this tracker or this empirical baseline of climate finance flows every second year. So we're hoping to build a picture in South Africa that fits into broader African and global analyses to really understand what climate finance flows look like and where we can improve and where we can take this forward. So I think I'm going to stop here. And then, take some questions and discussion. There's an entire slide deck with a lot of resources associated with the climate finance work. So please feel free to engage with me or the team after in terms of any questions that you may have. Sure, over there. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. In terms of the SONA 2024 that you talked about, and using the private sector to attract more funding. I know the point that Steve made earlier about South Africa having a beautiful legislature, but the problem being implementation. So what I'm about to say might sound vague, because it might not even happen. But what I'm thinking is, what if there was a certain fund that people like civilians, private sector, everyone, including the government, let's say maybe seeing that youth is unemployed as well, we find, or we train them to be climate auditors. Then they climate households, they audit households, they audit these private companies. Then according to the emissions that you had for that month, then you pay a certain fund. I think that will kind of push people to use their cars less, because they know, okay, if I travel with a bike to work, I can save on this amount that I'm supposed to pay monthly. Instead of just saying, use your bike instead of your car, we like force it in by making them pay. Because I think it's unfair for us to always address that, how unfair this funding is, or how unfair the national global north is to us, whereas we are unfair amongst ourselves. Because I literally don't have a car, but now Ramaphosa is saying, President Ramaphosa is saying that he's going to use my taxpayers' money to fund the one he said at the SONA. So it's unfair to me to pay for something I don't really much contribute to. Thank you very much.
That is a very, very good question. I'm going to take a couple of seconds to think about that while we hear two other questions in the room.
I just wanna ask, why are we talking about carbon credits?
Okay, got that. I'll respond to that. Mandy?
Thanks, Christelle. I was wondering if I could help you with the response there, with the CCRF, the SONA one that...
Oh, please, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we're currently working on the design of that fund. And what we're looking to do, as you know, the mitigation projects, and as Steve mentioned as well as Christelle, the mitigation projects are far easier to fund. But we're looking at innovative ways to be able to fund these adaptation projects. And what you're mentioning is one route of that, which is actually, it's almost a social outcomes fund where you pay for social outcomes. So we are exploring it, but what we want to do is that, you know, the balance sheet of government can't shoulder this burden of adaptation itself. So how do we bring in more participants, but ensure that they get a return on investment, in some part to that? So there's a lot of thinking that's going around it. But yeah, it is exciting, but it's also, sometimes it feels like a wicked problem, but I'm sure we can solve it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I think just to add to that, it also drills home the understanding of what your responsibility and fair share, as we heard this morning, would be at an individual level and at a household level, for example, and how do you put finance towards that and make it credible in terms of your back pocket, what you pay for your emissions. So it's a very good point. Can I just respond to the other two questions, and then I'm going to take that question. So on the carbon credits, it's a critical, important aspect of climate finance. And I know in some more established technologies, so in the PV sector, for example, or sectors that have been where it's easier to assess the return on investment, and that are more established investments and deals that are being made, carbon credits are being used or could be used as part of the transaction and to either de-risk or to bring down the cost of capital. So there's definitely a role for carbon credits to play in this scenario. It is an area where the PCC still needs to do further research and to assess properly how we want to bring carbon credits and specifically carbon pricing into the work that we are doing. So we'll keep you updated on that. Thank you for your question. And then there was another question over there.
Okay, so I just wanted to start off with what you mentioned when you were talking about technology and how it can actually take us further in terms of reducing carbon emission. But then just to consider, we are here today because of our ambition during the Industrial Revolution and so on, because we wanted to have more technology, wanted to improve and be more modern and so on. Hence, we find ourselves in this era whereby our survival is literally threatened. So I think we need to also be careful in terms of what we mean by technology, but rather shift to more, when we're talking about innovation that is sustainable. Because, even within the food system sector, they are currently trying now to have fertilizers that will allow you to have more output at a quicker rate. However, people are now trying to assess the impact of that on the soil, because you can have this month, say for instance, you plant and you use that fertilizer, you're going to have so much output, right? However, as you go along and you find that the soil is no longer as capable of producing as much, so your produce would decline. So we need to think around what are the implications of this technology that we are taking. Is it sustainable, even when we're talking about innovation? And also, I think, just to get clarity as well on when you were talking, I think it was on your notes, in terms of climate change, the Climate Change Responsive Fund, is it is it a response to proactive climate effects or responsive to when the effects do happen? Is that making sense?
Sorry, just say the last part of your question again, please.
So I just want to get clarity on the Climate Change Response Fund. Is it for proactive or responsive climate effects? Okay, and then also noting the funding that you have noted, like the different pools that we are trying to pull climate finance from. I just wanted to get a sense from you, whereby are the conditions in some of the funding that we are receiving, and if so, how are you guys navigating this? Because we know that it would infringe on the state's sovereignty and it being able to make its own decisions for its people, right? And also, lastly, I just wanted to get clarity, because you were like very, you emphasized the whole thing of trying to invite the private sector and having the private sector more recognized in the space of trying to draw all of this climate finance that we need. And I do agree with that we do need financing from all the different elements. However, I just want to understand, are there any negative implications of this? Because, with some of the investment that we have drawn the private sector into, they haven't, in the long run, actually produced benefits for society. However, but in another way have actually made it more detrimental for them to actually even assess the grounds of inequality. So for instance, the unbundling of ESCOM and also us like now transitioning, if we had to say that we are inviting private sector to invest in solar, to invest in wind, and they're going to be able to sell off of that electricity. What does this mean for people who cannot even afford the rates that we're already having today? So does it mean people, if you cannot afford it, are you not going to be having electricity? And even us going into the private sector actually being responsible to invest in water, does it mean if you don't have money, you're not going to be able to drink water? So I'm just thinking of those negative implications in us inviting the private sector onto the table. Should they be charging? Should they be having this power? Because if you have money, you would be assumed to make all of the decisions. So should the government not be the one? I don't know how, but then, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's certainly a couple of very big questions that you've unpacked there. I'm going to try and tackle it systematically. So in terms of the technologies and actually bringing our technologies up to a point of capacity where it can actively support our NDC ambitions. I think we need to understand the issue around embedded carbon within those processes. So when we do produce or when we do manufacture and we go through our industrial and manufacturing processes, it's essential that we have to start looking at green industrialization, so green pathways as an alternative to what we currently have in place, and that's going to take time. So there's going to be a mix of using current technologies that we have, while in the longer term we start incubating technologies that have used clean energy to be produced, that come from cleaner production lines. But again, that's a systemic process that's going to take time. So certainly in terms of the embedded carbon, I think that's where we had the discussion around the CBAM and where certain countries are starting to protect themselves from carbon leakage in that regard. So that is really a critical aspect that we are engaging with in the technology component of the work that we do. In terms of the CCRF, the Climate Change Response Fund, I'm going to refer to Mandy, but this is being set up as a proactive fund. And again, as with the case with mitigation, is timing. How will this be dispersed? What are the types of instruments that will be applied early on in this process? And I think the response here is that we will rely critically on grants. We will rely on concessions. And we need to have partnerships and engagements with international MDBs, with international partner groups that will provide contextualized and contextually specific and suitable finance instruments for South Africa. So that is certainly something that the adaptation team is unpacking. In terms of the different pools of funding, yes, I absolutely take your point that in terms of receiving funding often from DFIs or from MDBs, there are certain, let's say, strings attached to that funding. And I think South Africa has moved or evolved in the perspective that when we do accept funding from these groups, that technical assistance, for example, which has been a main tool or one of the main financial instruments, either are provided without conditionality or with conditionality that is specific to supporting the just transition, mitigation, adaptation in South Africa. So a lot of the negotiations that we have with the MDBs and the DFIs are exactly about that we cannot just willy-nilly accept technical assistance or accept finance that is going to be dispersed and used to further other countries' goals or development or technologies for that matter. So we're definitely in those rooms and having those discussions. And then just your last point on the private sector, I think the clarity that I want to provide around that is that according to the analysis and current research, the private sector is the sector that is driving climate finance in South Africa. It doesn't mean that that is necessarily how it will stay, and I think in follow-up analyses, we will see that percentage change as government come on board with more innovative finance, with more grants, as we get and attract MDB finance and finance from DFIs. That picture is definitely going to shift. So when we refer to blending and blended finance, it is exactly that ratio of how far do you bring in the private sector? How do you balance that off with your public funding? Where do you bring in grants? Where do you bring in technical assistance in a way that makes sense and that is required specifically for South Africa? So it's important to note that none of the projects or the initiatives and finance mechanisms that we are proposing are what we would call silver bullets. It's not a one solution that's going to suit every project. Each of these decisions are carefully curated, they're carefully thought out and critically negotiated to get to a solution that is suitable for South Africa.
Thank you so much. Just really piggybacking off what Lupumla said. So for context, I would suggest or maybe inquire about whether or not the PCC has read the Climate Finance Toolkit. It's called Advancing a Human Rights-Based Approach to Climate Finance, and it was led by the Institute of Economic Justice, where Lupumla is from, and it's an output of the Climate Ambition to Accountability Project. So we partnered on that, and we do think it's worth considering in terms of this particular slide, but also just the general work that you're speaking on climate finance.
Thank you very much for highlighting that. It certainly is considered in the analysis and the research that we are undertaking. But thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you. Everybody else is also free to read it.
And I'll reflect that. I'll make sure that we reflect that
Please
more clearly.
Please do. Thank you.
Going forward. Noted. Mandy, you've got a question?
It's not a question really, it's just a reflection on the CCRF. What I wanted to say is that the reason that it came about was to focus on adaptation. Like Christelle has pointed out, there has been a lot of focus on mitigation. We don't want to say that mitigation won't be funded through this fund, because what we're finding is that that mitigation projects might be able to hedge or kind of partly finance adaptation work that needs to be done in some respects. But also, I think there are certain elements or principles of the fund that have to come out. And one of these things is a rapid response. Somebody asked whether it's going to respond to emergencies and that sort of thing. And what we're not trying to do is create what is already in the ecosystem. We want those elements that are there to work better. And what we're asking is how can we facilitate better working of those specific elements, so that that's what we're trying to do there. It's also, I mean, you know, there's a carrot and a stick approach to private sector, and that also needs to be considered. What has happened, we know that there's a deficit between trust deficit between private and public sector. And what has happened previously is government puts in lots of money and then private sector benefits. So we're trying to consider this as we go forward. One last thing, Christelle, I want to explain blended finance in a way that somebody explained it to me that made a lot of sense. And if you can imagine this, you're a 12-year-old and you walk past a shop and you see a bicycle in the window and you want to buy the bicycle. And you know that maybe you've got 10% of what is needed in your pocket, and you know that you know the shop owner. So you're going to say to the shop owner, actually, I will come and work after school every day if you pay me, and then I can actually take a portion of that out. Maybe that's 60%. And then you go home to your granddad and he's like, you know what? I will loan you this money, the rest of the money, so that you can buy the bicycle. So actually, when you look at that, you can structure that in different ways. Maybe granddad gives you a bigger loan and then you work less hours. So that's what is blending finance. That's exactly what it is. You're going to hear this term a lot more, and it's very important to kind of contextualize it in your mind. It's not one specific thing. It's a means of doing that, and there's various instruments that you can use under there. So there's debt, there's socioeconomic benefits, there's a number of things. So I just wanted to give you guys that kind of definition that helped me personally. Thank you.
Thanks, Mandy. That's very useful. I wanted to use the analogy also of a student budget. So if you have your pocket money and you know what you need is not going to be covered by that, and you maybe get a funding grant that could be regarded as public finance, and then if you have arrangements with your friends to eat off their hostel menu or funding or feeding scheme, then that's another way to up your budget. But yeah, so there are various ways of thinking about it. Thanks, Mandy, for that. There's another question. I'm not sure how we're doing on time. Okay. 10 minutes. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Netemba. It's more of an ask, right? Because considering the fact that you guys have done a lot of consultations when it comes to the NDC, in the context of the youth, as you can see, we are very informed and we can hold a lot of people accountable. I think the thing that we struggle with outside of academia and outside of these larger institutions representing us is being implementers ourselves. And I find myself in a very difficult position, feeling like it is hard to be capacitated outside of just funding, right? So this is very important because this information is somewhat gatekept in a way that, yes, it can be on a website, but like, for example, you guys sent us the slides, right? They made no sense while I was reading them by myself, but now going back, I'll have more, understanding. So when it comes to the NDCs, I do think when we are speaking about capacity building, it's much larger than just information and funding and, tracking and finance. I think it's also enabling us to also participate to, one, be able to ethically, understand this funding, distribute it amongst ourselves, impact our communities, and so on and so forth. So for me, I think it is important in terms of the NDC to capacitate youth to be implementers, because I do think when we're looking at this funding, it's small in the larger scheme of things, but according to us, it's quite large amounts of money, right? A large amount of money to manage, a lot of risk to take on, and I do think it's important for us to do it well. So it is important for our organizations, because a lot of MPOs in the room, there's a lot of private sector organizations in the room that can use this funding, but if they were to receive it tomorrow, for example, it would be very hard, to allocate that money. So that's just a note when it comes to the NDCs in future.
Thank you very much, and definitely well noted. I think when I spoke to the quality of finance that we're emphasizing, it's both the ability of government, but also, like you say, of institutions, of local authorities, to make sure that that money can be absorbed and then spent effectively and in that virtuous loop within the economy. The one point that I want to make is that through the Just Transition Finance Mechanism and the JET IP Finance Platform, please have a look at those two frameworks. They're on the website. A key component of that is to build capacity and specifically project development capacity. So the slide that I went through very quickly about how to blend risk versus the project development stage that you are specifically in is discussed in a lot of detail, and we really break that down to the level of local authorities to work with municipalities to assess their capacity to develop projects and project pipelines. Because what we often find is that, and even in discussions that I were in yesterday, liquidity and money is not necessarily the issue. It is the way that it is structured within the economy and the way that the investments are currently being made that might not be fit for purpose. And similarly, if you look at the global architecture, that global architecture is not fit for purpose in terms of what we want to do in South Africa. So a lot of work and entire projects within the PCC is looking at working with municipalities, institutional capacity building, and even some of our partners are working, like I said, through to SMME level, where SMMEs are being capacitated on how to develop their projects, how to put their projects into a format that could attract funding and that could end up as what we call a bankable project at the end of the day. So yes, please do send, if you have further questions on that, please do engage with us. If it's not something that the PCC is directly involved in, we can point you to partners that is doing that. Thanks. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Christelle. You've also stuck to the time that you were allocated. We really appreciate that. And I would just like to talk about the importance of this discussion that we just had and tying it to, misinformation, which most of us as young people are susceptible to. You are here in this room getting all of this information about, how much has been pledged, how much has been dispersed, and where this money is actually going. And it would actually be a shame for you to go and leave this room and go onto social media and talk about how the PCC has chowed the money. It's really embarrassing that, this kind of initiatives take place and young people don't grab the opportunities and then go onto social media and spew lies, without the proper knowledge. So we really would like to acknowledge the fact that, you're on a different level now. Now that you know where the money's going, where it's coming from, when it's actually coming, and how it's being distributed. And you're welcome to engage with more of the content like what Mudiehi was just sharing now. It's also in the chat on Zoom. And I would be remiss if I didn't actually thank some of our partners who've worked with us in organizing this event, like Youth at SIRE. Alwanda is here representing the climate, I don't want to say CAP in full, it always dribbles me. But the CAP team over there, and they've really helped us in conceptualizing this workshop, and they've helped with, mobilizing the youth, they've helped with marketing, they've helped with the allocation of data for online participants and transport reimbursements for in-person participants. And these are just some of the few organizations that we have partnered with in delivering this series of NDC capacity building workshops. But I know we are all waiting for the main event. And before we actually go to that main event, I'd just like to hand over to Steve. Simpiwe explained the process in the first few slides of her presentation. And I think Steve will just tell us where we're going from here. Thank you.
That's also just a big thanks from my side, not only for your participation today, but we do read the documents that you produce. So we've read the Youth Climate Action Plan and we read the youth contributions to COP29, and I'm halfway through the youth statement on gender and gender equality. So thank you for those contributions. We are reading them. And then also just to thank our team from the PCC. You can imagine these things are quite high energy for us because you ask such difficult questions and we actually have to pay attention all the time. And so this is now the 6th event in 2 weeks. So the team are tired and deserve a good break. So thank you everybody for your contributions. And I also wanted to thank the AV team, who are now the single most climate qualified AV team in the country and will be just sources of information and interest at the BRI. And so thank you guys, it's been really good, been really professional, and we really appreciate it. So yeah, thanks everybody. The way forward is, as we mentioned at the beginning, After this session, we will put these videos up online, so we recognize that it's hard to understand the slides when you just look at them. So you're able to rewatch the videos. You can also watch the questions and discussions from the other events. So if you're interested in what Labour was asking, what business was asking, you can also watch those sessions. In February, we will be hosting another round of consultations, and there the idea is to hear more from you. So this was very much us unloading what's happening in the research. Next, we will be wanting to hear more about you, as I mentioned, the kinds of principles that you think should be embedded in NDC, as well as your sort of high priority activities. And so we're looking forward to that next session. Watch your emails, you will be invited to that. So thank you. Have a wonderful weekend, and please do stay and have lunch with us. Yeah. Thanks.